Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Community Issues Committee meeting for April 30th, 2026. And if we can start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber? Here. Councillor Campbell? It's on Teams? Not yet. Councillor Dodick?
Present.
Councillor Doria?
Present.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Wolf?
Present.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Thank you.
The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. Go to the adoption of the agenda. And on the agenda, I just want to make sure we have a lot of folks here, and they're for multiple different presentations that will happen today. It's going to be starting off with, and it's posted online as well for public to see, the operating budget is going to start, followed by modernization of outdoor lighting regulations, then the Chinook Arch Regional Library System, the third item, followed by support for the Lethbridge Senior Centre organization, temporary rent pause, then the EHS ground ambulance agreements analysis. So in saying that, we have many people, as you're seeing to your sides, here in attendance, and we'll be here for varying different items. So I'm going to ask if you be courteous and cycle. Anyone here that needs to hear of something immediately, that if there is space for those to be able to present on the item that we're actually talking about. So we want to hear from everyone, so we want to ensure you that we're given the ability to participate appropriately and on the correct item. So if for some reason somebody needs to come in and speak to their item, if it's before yours and there's no space, if there's going to be seating also out in the gallery as well. So with that, Madam City Clerk, are anything to add to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin. First, as a reminder to committee that on Tuesday at their meeting, Council directed that confidential item 7.3, EHS Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Service Agreement Update, on today's agenda be revised. And the revised item was provided to committee yesterday afternoon. For today's agenda, I have one amendment, and that committee consider revised version 3 of attachment 1 only for confidential item 7.3, EHS Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Service Agreement Update. Thank you.
All right, and with that, Councillor Dory, if you have you sponsor the motion here, resolve that the April 30th agenda of the Community Issues Committee meeting be adopted as presented and as amended, I'm sorry. Councillor Doria?
If there are no more amendments or no more questions, I will ask for the vote.
The question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I do see Councillor Campbell is not on yet, so a 8-0 on that. And yes, it is updated, what we just chatted about in your agendas. And online, of course. Yes. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda. Do you have a mover for this? Deputy Mayor, be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee approve the minutes of the following meeting and authorize the Chair and City Clerk to sign the same. The Community Issues Committee from April the 16th, 2026. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions, comments, or changes with regards to the minutes? Any corrections? Seeing none, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll start off with the 2027 operating budget update, and I'll turn the time over to Mr. Brierley or your designate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will turn this and almost all of the agenda actually over to our CFO, Mr. Matthews, from here on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Daryl.
Thank you, members of council, and today I'll walk you through the 2027 operating budget update. We're going to start with what we classify as the state of affairs and economic update. There's broken into 3 sections, so I'll go through each one of these presentations and stop, and then take questions, and then go to the next presentation along the journey. So next slide. So today, as I mentioned, we'll start off with the state of affairs of the economic update. We'll move into the 2027 operating budget pressures. Later in today, we'll have the emergency health and services agreement pressures. That won't be part of this, but that will be part of the later this afternoon. And then, of course, the 2027 operating budget action component is the other area that we'll talk about. It's the 3 sections that are in here. Next slide. Actually, one more slide. Perfect, thank you. So one of the misconceptions that's important to address is we look at this chart is the difference between inflation slowing down and prices actually going down. So this is important as we start looking at the budgetary information, is what's happening within the overall inflation rate here with Alberta CPI. But when we hear that inflation is declining, that does not mean that prices of goods and services is falling. What it means is that the prices are still increasing, but they are increasing at a slower rate than before. So for example, if a cost increased by 6% one year and then 3% the next year, inflation has come down, but the actual price is still higher than it was before. Those increases compound over time, as is showing on the slide. This distinction matters for municipal budgeting. Once costs go up, whether it's labor, fuel, construction materials, or equipment, those higher costs become part of our base. Even when inflation moderates, the city does not return to the pre-inflation price levels. As shown on this slide, Alberta experienced significant inflationary pressures over the last several years. While the rate of increase has recently eased, the overall price level remains substantially higher than it was prior to 2021. This is why inflation continues to create ongoing pressure on the operating budget. It's not just about the current inflation rate, it's about the higher cost base the city is now operating from. Next slide. So this slide we've presented over the last number of years, but I'm going to walk through it here and give you a bit of an update of where we're at. Over the past several years, a combination of higher inflation and multiple years of 0% tax increases has made it increasingly difficult to maintain service levels. Ideally, base budget tax increases should at least match inflation to sustain current services, with any new services or service enhancements funded above that level. Between 2015 and 2025, Lethbridge average tax increase was 2.72%, compared to an average inflation rate of 2.45%. Over the same period, Council approved several new initiatives, such as 22 additional police officers, public safety investments, and funding for outreach, arts, and community programs. These were intentional service level increases, and it was expected they would push tax increases above inflation later in the budget cycle. The challenge is that inflation pressures, combined with 3 consecutive years of 0% tax increases, create a structured pressure in the operating budget. Administration continues to monitor tax increases against inflation. By law, municipalities must balance their budgets annually, which leaves Council with 2 choices: raise revenues or reduce expenses or services. Keeping taxes below inflation for prolonged periods has consequences. It widens the gap between costs and revenues, creating persistent budget pressures that ultimately affect future tax rates or service levels. The context is important as we move into the next section, because municipal governments do not have the same flexibility as other orders of government when it comes to managing budget pressures. Next slide. I'd like to note that Lethbridge is not alone in increasing property tax rates. Across Alberta, 2026 municipal property tax increases averaged 5.12%, with individual municipalities ranging from a low of 3.8% to a high of 8.87%, as shown on the chart here. I will talk about one exception to this in a minute. This comparison provides important context. Rising costs related to inflation, labor, equipment, infrastructure, and service delivery are affecting municipalities province-wide. The decisions being made in Lethbridge are consistent with what we're seeing across Alberta as municipal governments work to balance their budgets and maintain service levels. So while tax increases are difficult, they are part of the broader and shared challenge being experienced by municipalities throughout the province. Next slide. On this slide, we've added Calgary to the comparison to highlight the important distinction in how some municipalities approach the 2026 tax decisions. Across Alberta, as shown previously, property tax increase averaged just over 5% in 2026. Calgary stands out in this chart with significantly lower increase of about 1.6%. It's important to note that the outcome was achieved not through lower cost pressures, but through a series of policy and financial decisions unique to Calgary's circumstances. Calgary reduced its original proposed tax increase by using approximately $50 million in investment income generated from reserves to support operating budget. This helped lower the immediate tax requirement. In addition, Calgary made policy decisions to cancel a planned 1% tax shift from non-residential to residential properties, which helped keep residential tax increases lower than 2026. These measures provide short-term tax relief, but they're not recurring revenue sources and rely on Calgary's investment base, and existing financial structure. Smaller municipalities, including Lethbridge, do not have the same level of investment income available to offset ongoing operating costs. The key takeaway from this slide is that while Calgary's tax increase appears lower, it reflects a different financial tools and one-time decisions, rather than the absence of inflationary or service delivery pressures. This reinforces why tax comparisons must be viewed in context when discussing affordability and municipal budgeting. Next slide. While it's common for the Government of Alberta to adopt deficit budget, municipalities in Alberta do not have the same flexibility. By legislation, municipal governments are required to balance their budgets every year. What that means is, in practical terms, is that when municipal costs increase or when provincial funding is reduced or doesn't keep pace with inflation, municipalities must immediately adjust to offset the impact. There is no ability to carry a deficit forward. For municipalities, the options are limited. We either need to reduce spending, which typically translates into cuts to local services, or we do need to increase revenues. That can take the form of higher user fees, such as transit or arena fees, or increases to our primary revenue source, such as property tax. The structural difference between provincial and municipal budgeting is important context. Provincial decisions can create real financial pressures for municipalities, and those pressures must be addressed locally, either through service level adjustments or changes to taxes and fees. We'll be spending considerable time today talking about provincial decisions that are affecting our operating budget, including our fire EMS service and the Lethbridge Police. Next slide. The past year has been a turbulent one for our labor force perspective in our local area. A combination of external factors, including the imposition of tariffs and recent policy shifts in immigration, create a significant level of uncertainty for businesses and employers. Against this backdrop, labor market conditions in the Lethbridge Census Metropolitan Area weakened. The annual unemployment rate increased from 5.5% in 24 to 6.7% in 2025. At the same time, total employment declined from a peak of approximately 80,000 jobs in June 2024 to about 64,400 jobs by February of 2026. These trends reflect broader economic forces rather than local policy decisions, but they do affect household incomes, consumer spending, and demand for municipal services. These are important external factors for Council to keep in mind as we move into the upcoming operating budget deliberations. Before I walk through the chart, I want to clarify what we mean by housing starts. Housing starts represent residential building permits for new dwellings units that have been issued by the City of Lethbridge, Lethbridge's building inspections. In Lethbridge, most residential development occurs in what we call greenfield areas. These are newly planned communities in areas that were previously undeveloped or used for agricultural purposes. This has historically been the primary form of growth within the city. Looking back over a longer period since about 2018, Lethbridge has typically averaged just under 500 new residential units per year. More recently, however, activity has been lower. Over the last 5 years, from 2021 to 2025, the average annual number of housing units starts was 439 units, which is below our longer-term average. Although we have seen some recent improvement, the housing sector is still feeling the lingering effects of higher inflation and elevated interest rates. These factors continue to influence both the pace of development and the types of housing that are being built. The chart highlights a sharp decline in housing starts in 2023, followed by recovery beginning in 2024. While the rebound is encouraging, what's just as important is the change in the composition of housing. Prior to 2021, single-unit homes were made up the majority of new builds. Most recently, however, apartments and other multi-unit housing types have led housing starts, notably in 2022, 2024, and 2025. This shift reflects changing market conditions, affordability pressures, and developer response to demand. If this trend continues, it will have implications for the city planning, including how we think about infrastructure, services, land development, and long-term growth patterns. These are important considerations that Council moves into the operating budget and planning discussions. Next slide. This slide highlights some of the key economic conditions affecting both households and municipalities right now. We're seeing continued pressure from elevated shelter costs, higher food prices, rising insurance premiums, and volatile energy and fuel prices. At the same time, broader global factors such as trade uncertainty and inflationary pressures continue to influence costs. One area that will need to be watched particularly closely is the ongoing situation in the Middle East. Geopolitical instability in the region has potential to affect global energy markets, supply chains, and fuel prices, which can quickly translate into a higher cost locally for residents, businesses, and the city. The key point on this slide is that economic conditions can change quickly. External events, many of which are outside municipal control, can have direct and immediate impacts on the operating costs, capital projects, and service delivery. As we move into the budget deliberations, continued monitoring of these conditions will be important as they will influence both affordability for residents and the financial pressures on the city's operating budget. One of the next couple slides I'll go through is a couple of bills that have recently came in that would be other factors for consideration. The slide highlights the recent passage of Bill 16, the Travelers Protection and Destination Development Act. The legislation is intended to improve transparency for consumers by requiring their clear disclosure of fees at the time of booking and the establishing stronger governance and accountability requirements for destination marketing fees. Now that Bill 16 has passed, the administration is actively reviewing and analyzing this legislation to fully understand how it may affect the city of Lethbridge. This includes assessing any potential operational, financial, or administrative implications for the municipality, as well as how the new requirements may interact with existing municipal practices or agreements. At this stage, it's too early to determine the full impact. Administration will continue to work through the details of the Act and will bring forward any relevant updates, risks, or required actions to Council as the analysis is completed. The key message on this slide is that the legislative environment continues to evolve and administration is closely monitoring and assessing changes to ensure the city remains compliant and prepared. Next slide. Bill 28 is another recent bill that's coming through, which is the Municipal Affairs and Housing Statutes Amendment Act, which introduces a wide range of changes affecting how municipalities operate. The legislation spans 5 major themes, and administration is closely monitoring each of the themes to understand potential impacts to the city of Lethbridge. The first theme focuses on growth and housing, with changes intended to streamline development, expand access to reserve land, clarify off-site levies, and support faster permitting through tools like the automated approvals and design codes. The second theme relates to assessment and property taxation, including restrictions on residential tax subclasses, modernization of assessment rules, and the strengthened compliance and reporting requirements. The third theme addresses governance and accountability, establishing a province-wide councillor accountability framework, independent complaint investigations, and changes to municipal viability processes. The fourth theme is a municipal transparency, introducing new disclosure requirements, clarifying councillor access to information, and modernizing business improvement area governance, I should say. Finally, the fifth theme affects public institutions, including changes related to public libraries and municipal-owned utilities. At this stage, administration is actively reviewing the legislation in detail. As the implications become clearer, whether operational, financial, or governance-related, administration will bring forward updates, risks, and any required actions for council's consideration. So the next section I'm going to walk through is just why does the city create an operating budget?
Mr. Matthews, when did you want the questions after this next section?
Yeah, there's another 2 slides, and then I'll break, and
Okay.
then
Thank
we'll
you.
start with questions. So why does the city create an operating budget? First and foremost, it's a legislative requirement. Under the Municipal Government Act, every municipality must adopt an annual operating budget and capital budget, or a single annual budget that incorporates both operating and capital items. The operating budget must also account for any shortfalls from the prior budget cycle. In other words, if costs exceed revenues in a previous year, the city is required to address that within the next operating budget. The City of Lethbridge meets these requirements by adopting an operating budget with revenues equal to or greater than expenditures, ensuring the budget is balanced. Finally, there is an important sequencing requirement. Property and business tax bylaws cannot be passed until both the operating and capital budgets have been adopted by council. This ensures that taxation decisions are based on a fully approved and balanced financial plan. So the operating budget is not optional. It is the foundation that allows the city to meet its legal obligations, fund services, and formally set tax rates for the year. The operating budget is a detailed estimate of how much your municipality needs to spend to meet the ongoing financial obligations and provide programs and services to residents. Next slide. There's some important principles that guide how the city develops its operating budget. One of the most critical principles is that one-time funding should not be used for ongoing expenditures. When temporary or non-reoccurring funding is used to support reoccurring costs such as staffing or core services, it creates a funding gap once that money is no longer available. This approach also creates instability. Relying on one-time funding makes long-term financial planning more difficult and can give a false sense of security. The budget may appear balanced in the short term, but the underlying structure is not sustainable. There is also a risk of an inaccurate impression of the city's financial health. Short-term solutions can mask ongoing pressures, which then resurface in the future budget cycles with fewer options available. That leads to what we often refer to as the goal and rule of budgeting. The nature of the funding source should align with this nature of the expenditures. Ongoing funding should be used for ongoing expenditures, and one-time funding should be reserved for one-time expenditures. These principles are foundational to maintaining a stable, transparent, and sustainable operating budget, and they underpin the financial decisions that council will be asked to consider as part of the budget process. And with that, I'll pause there before we go into the next sections for questions.
To my colleagues, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for the presentation. Going back to pages 29 and pages 30, and those are the government bills 16 and 28. When do we expect that administration will have reports back on how these are going to affect the city as well as its budgeting?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So in regards to Bill 16, one of the things that we need specifically on that one is the regulations that come out to give us a little bit more clarity in how the province is going to enact legislation. They have passed the legislation, but the details are always in the regulations. So to answer the question on that one, it's probably later in the spring or early summer before those regulations come out. It could be as late as the fall. But really we're waiting for the timing of the province in regards to that.
Okay. And then just help me understand, and then Bill 28, when do you expect that will, same thing?
Yeah, it's very similar to Bill 28. Bill 28, to my understanding, is still going through the works on it.
Yes, it's scheduled for second reading on Monday.
Okay.
So that one, we're having to wait for it to even pass, and then at that point too, we'll be looking at the regulations. But that one has a tremendous amount of material inside of it. It'll take us longer to analyze. That one's probably late in the year before we would, or even early next year before we'd be able to come back on that one.
So it could be then later this spring for Bill 16, but then even later next year on Bill 28 to find out what the provincial effects of that are and how that's going to impact our budget?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we'll pass it back to continue.
Thank you, members of council. So I am going to wait for the next presentation to come up, but the next section will be on giving you an update on the actual 2027 operating budget pressures that we're seeing throughout. They're affecting our operations, I guess, over the next year here. So if you want to roll forward 2 slides. So first, I just want to mention that the reason why we're doing a 1-year budget, obviously the City of Lethbridge for many, many years have been doing multi-year budgeting based on the direction of council in May of 2024. The direction was again to stagger the budget. What that required was one more year of additional budgeting onto the 23 and 26, or what we call, you would have heard us calling a stub year budget for 2027. That will allow us to stagger the budgets one more time. And here again, the importance of that is so that we have the capital budget needs to come first, and then the operating budget. So this fall, council will also be doing the capital budget for the 2027 to 2031 period, 2031 period as well. And then, of course, any costs associated with that will go into the next 4-year operating budget. Next slide. So council has seen this slide a few times, but for the public's benefit, this is kind of graphically showing the budget process. As you can see, 2027 operating budget will be deliberated this year in 2026 and extending the budget out by 1 more year. As I just mentioned, the CIP will also be brought forward in 2026 and will be deliberated in November of this year. The operating costs resulting from that will once again come into the operating budget of next year. Once this comes forward, though, the 2 budgets will be staggered. And what it also, one of the concerns that was in past was that it used to be that the CIP budget was approved by one council, and then the operating budget was approved by the next council. Now the budgets are aligned that the same council approves the capital budget, and they will also be the ones approving that operating budget. Next slide. So the direction that that we have for this from council in regards to the budget direction for the 2027 operating budget preparation. One was the 2026 base budget rolled over to 2027. So what that means is the exact same budget for departments would be rolled over for those areas, except for the following components. Anything that council previously approved through budget pressures, and I'll walk you through that in a minute here. External pressures from other levels of government, so any of that things for government downloading. Any contractual obligations that we have to put into consideration, and any budget reliefs, and so that would be our growth in taxation and so forth. And of course, there's also a few operating budget initiatives for consideration. One of them is asset management, south growth, and our Chinook Arch regional library system, which you'll hear more about as a presentation later today. All of those will be involved in creating the operating budget for 2027. I'm going to go forward 2 slides, actually, and I'll go in and I'll start talking about the operating budget pressures that we're facing. So as shown on the slide, the CIP operating costs from the previous CIP is one of the first components in there. There's $317,000 in regards to operating costs from the projects that were approved in 2027, and they have roughly about a 0.16% tax increase relative to that. The other thing that in here, for council's recollection, during the budget cycle, the food bank, soup kitchen, Habitat for Humanity came to council. Within that resolution, it was for that funding of the total of $150,000 for all those groups, that would be brought forward as a base budget pressure into the 2027 operating budget. There is inside of here, there's a fee for service agreements that right now is in here at $110,000 or a 1.9% inflationary increase just for 2027 to provide them some relief for inflationary costs inside of that as well. There's the Chinook Arch membership at $133,000, Southern Alberta Crime Stoppers at $10,000 inside of the base budget pressures. There's also at the bottom, so as council is aware, one of the things that the ongoing cost of the Excite Lethbridge Society operations, that operating grant, and other costs associated with that was $2.6 million. That cost is inside of the base budget pressures as well, and also encampments, which is another council a resolution component of $580,000 for encampment response is inside of that. So you can see on this slide here, the total costs are increasing up to almost that $6 million and about a 3% amount. If we go to the next slide. There's also a number of provincial decisions and external pressures that have came before council. The first is photo radar, the recent change in photo radar. Although it doesn't directly go into our operating budget, it goes into our reserve. There is a transfer from the reserve to operations to support traffic safety within the city of Lethbridge, and that would be both within the LPS's budget and within transportation's budgets in regards to that. Where those fundings get used, that is a pressure of $2.2 million. Body-worn cameras was another example of about an $800,000 pressure coming in from the legislative decision for body-worn cameras. And also there's a number of other ones for our Lethbridge Police Service that resulted from other costs that were no longer being funded by other levels of government, roughly about $155,000. The total of provincial decisions, not including what we'll talk about later today on EHS, is 3.1 million or almost $3.2 million of pressures. Other pressures, some of these could be delayed until 2028, but our airport reserve has 1.5 million of pressures going on to that, and that's with the pressures there with the loss of the WestJet flights and already the revenue loss of when Air Canada came out earlier on this. So what this, we'll talk a little bit later on about some of these pressures in a little bit more detail, but gives you a bit of an idea. Planning and development revenues, we've had an overall problem with planning and development revenues being lower. That goes back to that previous slide deck that we went through our presentation. We're talking about housing starts and so forth. Is one of the outcomes of that is also our planning and development revenues are lower than what our budgetary look is as well. Transit operations, parking reserves, store maintenance, and business licenses all have seen that. That total in those other categories is about just under 3.5 million. Let me go to the next slide. So when you look at this overall summary of all those areas, what the city is facing in 2027 is $16.5 million of budgetary pressures coming in for 2027, or roughly an 8.1% tax increase if that was just brought into place. Now, there's also reliefs in here, so assessment growth. There's 3.9 million of assessment growth, growth in the community from the 23 to 2026 period that we will be taking as relief against that. So what that means is that our community has grown on it. And so the terminology assessment growth doesn't mean that because the assessments went up, we got the money. It means that the actual number of properties that are out there have grown within the city, and that's the dollars associated with that is about $3.9 million. It increases the MRSR budget allocations, is the franchise fee and our return on investment from our utilities, and municipal send access fee once again coming in from utilities. We're estimating that with the growth we can do another $1.5 million coming in from the reserve to offset taxation from those areas. And of course, there was the loan on the VLA Center, NMEX Center, that has ended in 2026. That money also is a relief that can be applied against that. With those reliefs, it gets us down from $16.5 million down to $10.6 million, and roughly a 5.2% tax increase at that point. And I'll stop there for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate that. I do have some questions, starting with Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you very much for this, Mr. Matthews. I mean, you certainly know how to set the mood in a meeting like this with all of this information. But let's just talk just one, photo radar, 2.2 million, decision made to, when people break the speed, to no longer fine them for breaking the speed, and instead to put that money onto every household in Lethbridge. Do we have any way to push back on that, or is that just something we are going to have to accept? Is there any wiggle room in that?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. No, there's no wiggle room in this. The province has made legislation of where you can and what type of area you can have photo radar within. So that means that currently that's things like school zones and so forth, that those limited areas. So it has changed that component. I think, you know, one of the pressures for ourselves is that the police themselves, I want to make clarity, didn't get these funds directly. They always went into our reserve since the 1990s. That's always been the way it has been in the city of Lethbridge. And then, of course, a part of a larger allocation from the reserve, we would bring money out, which supported police and other traffic, street lights and so forth, and other amenities that are eligible for these funds from that way. So unfortunately, we still have all those other requirements, but we just no longer get the revenue going into our reserve that can offset taxation increases.
And this is a facetious question. We can't just rezone everything school zones?
That's a good
playground zones?
facetious, yeah, no, we can't.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin.
I think the problem with doing school zones would be school taxes, then we wouldn't be able to charge taxes, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've got that final tax total budget pressure less release at 5.2%. That's at the bottom of page 43, Mr. Matthews. Can you tell me what that is in a dollar amount for the average household? And what that increase looks like? Just because percentages can be hard to understand. What does
Yes.
that actually translate to into dollars?
One moment, please. So 5.2%, so that'd be around 5 mil. Get back to my presentation. 10595. Okay. Thank you for waiting there, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So based on a single-family residence of 389,600, so the assessed value of 389,600, based on our current 2026 rate, we are looking at around $155 increase
Per year.
per year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doria.
Mr. Matthews, in the total budget pressure that you consider, the 10 million total budget pressure for 2027, are we also considering the one piece that you reported that we have to delay to 2028, that is about 3.5 million? Are we considering that? Is it part of the 10 million to be considered in the operating budget this coming May?
Thank you, Councillor Doria. So, in my next presentation, I will talk about the things that administration are going to recommend to council. There's a couple different things. So one of them is delaying those pressures to 2028 on it. So that there would reduce down the 5.2% by an additional 1.71 coming down. So that would get you down lower. But I'll walk you through that in a second to the next presentation of those pressures.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further questions for this part of the presentation? Seeing none, we'll continue with the presentation.
Thank you, members of council, and then I'll walk you through the next section. The next section is kind of the action steps, and it goes to what Councillor Doria was asking about there. So what things are administration doing to help alleviate that pressure we just saw? So as you can see from the previous presentation, the organization is facing, maybe I'll get you to go 2 more slides in there, Mr. Westerson. Perfect, thank you. As you can see from the previous presentation, the organization is facing significant financial challenges due to reduced external funding, new legislative requirements, previously approved council pressures, continued inflation. While council did not approve the recent OBM on February 24th, options to mitigate these pressures in 2020, to mitigate these pressures in 2027, it clearly indicated an expectation that administration identifies ongoing efficiencies to help reduce the pressures on the 2027 and the 2028-2031 operating budget. The executive leadership team has reviewed the preliminary pressures, and the city treasurer and the, or myself, and the city manager has met with the division to review the 2027 operating budget and discuss potential opportunities for reductions for the 2027 to 2028 to 31 operating budget deliberations. So what that means is in May, when we bring forward that budget book, there will be actually a number of reduction initiatives inside of that. General managers were asked to review departmental budgets and service levels and identify potential reduction options. Options were to include both one-time and ongoing opportunities. The primary focus was to be on ongoing cost reductions that support long-term financial sustainability. Next slide. One of the actions administration is recommending is to help manage the 2027 operating budget is to defer a number of budget pressures to 2028. The intent here is to provide time to reevaluate each of these pressures before the broader 2028 to 31 operating budget deliberations in the fall of 2027, rather than locking them into the 2027 base prematurely. As you can see on the slide, these items total just under $3.5 million, or about 1.7% tax impact, if they were included in 2027. Each item is at a different stage of analysis, and in several cases there are alternative funding options, revenue opportunities, or service level decisions still under review. These are the reasons why we're recommending to defer those. However, deferring these pressures does not mean they go away. Rather, it allows administration to bring forward more informed, better defined options to council next year as part of the 2028 to 31 operating budget deliberations, including clear service impacts and sustainability considerations. This approach helps moderate the 2027 tax impact. Next slide. So, what you're seeing in front of you now is the revised. So as Councillor Doria was, to answer your question, taking out those other pressures reduces the overall cost pressure to 13 million, or 6.39% from 8.1%. It also drops the total budget pressures to 7.1 million, or it brings it down to 3.49% from 5.2%. Next slide. So this slide once again brings together the impact of the action administration has outlined today on the overall property tax rate. As a result of these measures, the estimated 27 tax rate is currently projected to be 3.49%. This represents a meaningful reduction from earlier projections and brings the tax increase closer to inflationary aligned range. For context, the current Alberta CPI forecast for 2027 is approximately 2.1%. As reflected in the provincial recent economic assumptions. While the proposed tax increase remains above the forecast, the gap has narrowed significantly as a result of deferrals and revised pressures and available relief. It is important to note that the inflation forecast remains uncertain. There is a potential for renewed upward pressure on inflation, particularly if the conflict in the Middle East continues for a prolonged period of time, affecting global energy prices, supply chains, and construction and operating costs. In that context, the Ministry believes this approach strikes a careful balance, making progress towards inflation responsive tax increase while also recognizing the real cost pressures facing the organization and the need to maintain essential services. Council will continue to see refinements as the draft operating budget is brought forward, but at this point, these actions have moved us in the right direction in terms of affordability and financial sustainability. And what I will say there too, what you're seeing right now doesn't include all the reduction initiatives. Those would be additional to this, coming in above this amount as well. Next slide. So the executive leadership team have been working with departments once again to review their operating budgets and pressures, and as part of continuous improvement to mitigate these pressures for 2027. Administration is committed to identifying ongoing efficiencies to help reduce the pressures in the operating budget. The 2027 draft operating budget book will be submitted to the CIC on May 14th and will include proposed budget reduction initiatives for consideration to bring the tax screen even closer to the inflationary target. Next slide. So what I will talk about now is I'll give a little bit on the engagement. I know that Ms. Grindle's here in the audience as well too on this as well, but I'll walk through the engagement process as well. Yeah, maybe she is. On December 11th, 2025, City Administration presented Council with the results of the Business and Community Survey. The survey provided valuable insights into residents' priorities, perceptions, and trade-offs, and has helped inform decision-making as we prepare for the upcoming 2027 operating budget. Overall, one more slide. My apologies there, Mr. Winston. Overall, the results show that the vast majority of residents have a positive impression of their quality of life in the City of Lethbridge, which is an important baseline as we consider difficult budget choices. When asked about our programs and services, residents consistently rated safety and emergency services, garbage, recycling and waste facilities, and parks and pathways in the city's highest rated services. These results reflect areas that residents value highly and expect to be maintained. The survey also found that 60% of residents believe they receive good value for the taxes they pay, which suggests that there is a general recognition of the services being delivered. At the same time, the results highlight clear views on affordability. 44% of residents indicated they would prefer no tax increase, even if that meant service reductions, while 39% supported maintaining current service levels despite higher taxes. Only 17% supported adding new services if it meant a tax increase. Taken together, these results reinforce the challenge Council faces, balancing affordability with the desire to maintain core services that residents value most. These perspectives have been an important input into administration's approach to managing pressures, identifying efficiencies, and moderating tax impacts. The public will continue to receive additional updates in the 2027 operating budget process over the next few months, including information on decisions, impacts, and the next steps as the budget moves forward. Next slide. This slide outlines the proposed approach to community engagement for the 2027 operating budget. Given that the 2027 operating budget approval is limited to single year and that the key budget pressures are already well understood, administration is recommending an informed level of community engagement, consistent with the International Association of Public Practitioners, or IAP2 spectrum. The focus of this stage is in keeping the public well informed about the budget context, decisions, and impacts, with broader engagement planned for the 2028 to 2031 multi-year budget process. Next slide, and one more slide after that. So, in conclusion, the key milestones and timelines for the remainder of the 2027 operating budget process are on the slide in front of you. Today's update provides Council and the public with an overview of the budget context and pressures. On May 14th, administration will bring forward the draft 2027 operating budget book, including budget summary sheets and proposed budget initiatives. And in that case, most of those will be the reduction initiatives, along with budget workshop to support Council's preparation for deliberations. Formal budget deliberations are scheduled for June 10th and 11th, where CIC will review the proposals and make recommendations to Council. Final approval of the 2027 operating budget is planned for July of 2026. These steps ensure Council has an information, time, and opportunity needed to fully consider the budget, understand the impacts, and make informed decisions within the one-year scope of the 2027 operating budget. Administration will continue to support Council throughout the process and provide additional information as required as we move it toward the approval. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthews. I do have questions. And prior to asking any questions, I'd like to ask if there's anybody a member of the public that would like to speak on this item, the 2027 operating budget. Nobody? All right, go to questions and start off with Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, the 349 hope to get down to that rate scenario for 2027. Are you factoring in some kind of estimates on labor negotiations and other budgets that will have to be approved?
One of the areas that we always have to do is look for inflationary pressures. That could be everything from contractual services from vendors, as well as both and also negotiation requirements as well.
Thank you.
So the long answer to that, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Bieber.
You didn't see that. Thank you. I'm off to a good start. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for the presentation, all the work you and your team put into this. One thing that concerns me on this presentation is the stormwater infrastructure. We know all about the conditions of the wastewater treatment plant, but this is something obviously that's really important too. And I'm wondering if Mr. Sanchez could perhaps give us a little update about the condition of our stormwater situation.
Thank you for the question. And yes, that's a topic that we have a debate internally in terms of deferring this. We are currently finalizing the condition assessment for the storm, and it, as Mr. Matthews explained before, this is an area where we have been on a deficit for quite a few years. And the reality is we are probably not doing the investment that we should have done, and that's why we have started that condition assessment. We also have a cost of service analysis being done. When you look at the city of Lethbridge, it's one of the very few municipalities where the storm services are done through taxation. They are typically done as a utility base. And we are doing that review in order to ensure that we have a proper model, and also the asset management team is working on that element. So we will have more information coming forward as part of the next operating budget, and we will have the details to bring to council for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin. Mr. Matthews, on page 49 of 306, we talk about that 3.9 or 3.49%. Can you give that to me in a dollar amount for the average household, please? You'll see a theme.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. 105. Thank you.
Okay.
So $105, and that here again is on that 389,000 single-family residents.
Okay, I'm going to ask that again later on today, so keep Mr. Stevenson handy.
We will keep the spreadsheet going.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Matthews, every budget starts with a philosophical underpinning. And so one of the philosophies we have here is that we start with the budget we have and then look for pressures up and down. As we do service level work, will that actually challenge us to look at that philosophical underpinning, and that in some departments we might look at zero-based budgeting or reviewing those as we look at service levels? Not in this immediate budget, but as we go on, is that something we can look to do with service level conversations?
Thank you, Councillor Croson. So I'll give you the short answer first, yes. The longer answer component of that is, so as you're going through service level discussions, you need to go through and then, of course, break out your costing structure into services. As you're doing that, you're reviewing those, and you're also benchmarking and taking a look at or monitoring those against peers and so forth, and that gives you some of that background to understand whether or not you need to do a deeper dive into an area. I wouldn't suggest that you'd ever want to do zero-based budgeting across the whole organization. No. I would think that between administration already would look at certain areas, and I think it would identify as we go through and working through that some areas that we would recommend, and there might be areas where council would like to recommend as well.
Yeah, and that's, again, it's going to take some time to move service level conversation forward. What we do in the stub year might be what we have right now, but we could see different understandings of the budget as we move forward on service level.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to know if it is possible. I really like the budget engagement community survey that you presented. And However, it only highlights the top three that you consider the top three services. Is it possible? I hope it is not too much to ask if you also present all the services that the community responded. Like, how are they feeling on this kind of service? And if it's possible for the next budget consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. So I have our communication team here as well. So Ms. Grindle can actually talk about that. We do have the community satisfaction survey, which has a broader component, but I'll let.
The satisfaction survey was completed last summer, and that is available on our website, so we can provide a link to that, and it's available to the community too, along with past surveys that we've done, so you can see the comparison too.
Thank you. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Councillor Dodek.
When the tax notices get sent out, there's going to be a number at the bottom of the, you have to pay this. What we have been talking about, and let's be clear about this, the percentage increase is only dealing with that component of Lethbridge property taxes. We're not talking about the increase in what people will have to pay for the education portion of the taxes, nor for the Green Acres requisition. Am I correct?
That is correct. So there is what you would have seen on April 28th, or just here on Tuesday at the council meeting, when we're setting that those rates. There is actually both the municipal component, there is the provincial component that we have to collect for, there's also the Green Acres component. What I'm speaking to on this presentation today on those percentages is only the municipal component of that. So anything on education requisition or Green Acres would be above that.
Do we know what the education requisition is at this point?
Yes, well, in general, overall, it's around 13% increase on it. And so if you look at the, within that package on Tuesday, a single-family residential property in Lethbridge would have a 12.64% increase, or $114 relative to to education, I should say. And Green Acres was a 9.6% increase, and which was another $4.79 increase. Keeping in mind that 9.6 is on a much smaller number. Yeah.
So as they say, the hits keep on coming. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. To follow up on Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's question regarding increase per year, I think you had the answer of $105. What happens in year 2 and year 3 and year 4 in situations like this?
Thank you, Councillor Parker. So once those increases go in, then the inflation starts working on those numbers. I think that's where you're going to the compounding effect of it. So going back to that very first slide of the day today, when you look at that $100 of cost at the beginning of that slide, each time inflation goes up or pressures go up, the same way it works with on our our taxes and so forth, or at least what we need to run the operations, it will go up by those percentages. So it builds in, and then the next year the inflation goes on that new number as well.
So
or the costs associated with getting to that number, I guess is a better way of saying it.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. So the first year is 105. What would be the projected, if everything stayed equal, percentage increase? What would be the year 4 on that tax bill?
I'll let Mr. Stevenson, wherever he is in the audience there, put in an extra, I don't know, percentage on it. Even if, right now, CPI is 2.1%. So if you put in 2% just as on that number, it's going to go up by a few dollars.
But year 100, but the year next year it would
You
go up another 100. It would go up
say-
another 100.
Yeah.
Another 100. So the increase that you agreed on the 100 in year 4, let's just say we didn't have any CPI inflation in here. It's going to be well over $400. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, so like when you have $100 this year, it's going to go up to 108 if it's 3% in the next year. So basically it's the percentage on the $100.
No, but I just want to make sure. I'm talking, so the first year goes up $105.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, wouldn't it be the $210 plus the inflation?
No, because it just goes in the base.
Oh, it just goes on the base. Okay,
yeah.
on the base.
And then
okay.
inflation goes on each one of those to make it grow.
Did you want to help me out here, Councillor Wolf?
Councillor Wolf?
Yeah, I think maybe what we're trying to illustrate is just so that we, illustrate this as easily as possible for folks to understand is right now, on an average home 389 of a 155 plus the education hit of 105, so call it 260 a year. Just look at that basic math. Don't worry about inflation. Don't worry about anything else. If you've got a $380,000 home in 4 years, your tax bill has gone up $1,000. Sure, 250 bucks a year.
No, it's not.
Over 4
it's
years.
Not as,
Over 4 years.
So depend. So it's only the
Well, could it
inflation
be?
on it there. It would have to be a really high inflation rate if that was the case, or an increase to get to that. So it's $100, and if you multiply it by 3%, as Mr. Stevenson had, you get to 108. Then you take the 108 times it by, say, another 5%, then it goes up, say, to 115. So it won't go up as dramatically, but your principle's correct that it's going to increase over 4 years. It just wouldn't be that dramatic. It's not 100% increases. It's
Okay, well, I guess bad math on me, but the point I'm trying to make is these don't happen in isolation.
No.
And be very cautious of just taking one small number and drilling down to that. We haven't even talked about $1.85 a liter gas or utility fees or a whole lot of other fun things.
That's right. And so there is actually other costs that have to be considered inside of that as well too. So yes, so from a tax bill side, what we're talking about is, in this case here, what we're seeing going up in 2027. I think what you're referring to as we go between 2028 to 2030, there's other things that are going to come into play, council initiatives, inflationary pressures, all those things that are coming in, other things, if from other levels of government per se, that'll change those rates. Today, we don't know what those are yet. We'll work through those over the next year here for the 28 to 31.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
it will increase.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, and so, just getting the updated motion. One moment. All right, the motion I have here is 5.1 from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee consider this information prior to the May 14th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting on the 2027 operating budget and the June 10th to 11th, 2026 operating budget deliberations. Councillor Parker.
2027. 2027.
The June 10th to 11th, 2027, yes. Yeah, the second one is 26. That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank Mr. Matthews and his team. You kind of set the stage here. It's kind of fortuitous. It's today, of course, but I appreciate answering our questions. I know you're always available to answer questions on our behalf, but at least it gives us a good understanding of what we see in the future, our pressures and all that. And I want to thank you for you and your team. And if there's no other debate, I'd call the question.
I see no further debate, so question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have the modernization of outdoor lighting regulations. And Mr. Barber, I don't know if Mr. Barber is in. Yes, if he please come up and give your presentation.
Just to a light nuisance bylaw. We are requesting that the City of Lethbridge design a dedicated bylaw for neighborhood residential land use that establishes a clear definition of light nuisance, sets expectations to avoid it, and provides recourse to residents when they are affected by light trespass on their property. To be clear, we're not advocating for the prohibition of residential lighting for safety or for holiday celebrations, for changes in street lighting, or for business commercial lighting within their designated land use areas. This request is not intended to take light away. It is to provide privacy and enhance the health and well-being of residents. We envision a light nuisance bylaw to be designed in the same spirit as already existing regulations, like those relating to noise, odors, snow and ice removal, outdoor burning, or uncontrolled pets. In other words, a light bylaw would promote and protect one's quality of life on their own property by setting standards for public responsibility. Many municipalities in Alberta already regulate light trespass through light nuisance bylaws or community standards, including Calgary, Edmonton, Lacombe, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, and Grand Prairie. This is the extent of a request, but there are some additional positive benefits from the creation of such a bylaw. The first is that it provides an opportunity through public education to encourage the design of lighting to be directed to its purpose while reducing light where and when it is not required. This means directional lighting with effective shielding with or without the application of timers and motion sensors. Secondly, a well-designed lighting uses available technologies that can effectively reduce energy use, costs, and related emissions, and this is always a benefit. Thirdly, Lethbridge was officially designated a bee city in 2023. Lighting has a negative impact on life cycles of insects, as well as birds and other creatures. A light nuisance bylaw, though not prohibiting light on individual properties, may raise awareness of the unintended impacts of lighting on nocturnal life in the city. Many of the insects affected by light at night provide ecological services that benefit, like pollination, that are invaluable to us all. To conclude, a light nuisance bylaw is common to other communities in the province. It relies on readily available lighting technologies, and it is cost-effective. At heart, it would make the city a better place. We urge the City of Lethbridge to implement a light nuisance bylaw and demonstrate a commitment to community well-being, the use and enjoyment of property, and the right of darkness. It allows for the delivery of immediate benefits to residents while supporting broader ecological goals, including those promised by Lethbridge as a bee city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I do have others that would like to present, and on the list here, starting with Mr. Leclerc, if you are here. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm in support of that bylaw. And serendipitously, I did notice that the Council's strategic plan came out not that long ago, and some of you might be familiar with it. It was a nice read. They're beautiful words, wonderful words. We need to walk the talk, though. Part of this, under an environmentally responsible city, it simply states, advancing environmental stewardship by protecting natural spaces and conserving resources. So amongst other things, it's things like this that will make Lethbridge a leading city when it comes to sustainability issues. That's something we all need. And basically, in short, I'm just here to say, let's walk the talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Mr. Greenlee.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of Nature Lethbridge. Our main concern about excess light at night is first for pollinators, if they fly all day long, pollinating plants, and then excess light encourages them to keep on flying at night, the danger is that they can wear themselves out, maybe wear themselves to death. Thereby reducing populations of pollinators. And it's a similar concern for birds that are feeding their young in the summer. Of course, they work all day long to feed their young, and excess light at night might encourage them to continue on this process at night as well. And same thing, they might wear themselves out and maybe wear themselves to death. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenlee. Mr. Barry Olson?
Okay, thank you for your time. My name is Barry Olson. I'm here as a concerned citizen and a longtime member of the Lethbridge Astronomy Society. There are many good reasons to greatly reduce the amount of wasted and intrusive light at night, as already highlighted. And many progressive jurisdictions have welcomely moved in this direction successfully, as already highlighted. A common reason is to preserve enjoyment of the night sky. From my experience, the quality of the night sky has steadily deteriorated with time at our observatory in Popson Park. An effective law to deal with intrusive lighting would be a welcome tool for urban property owners and others to preserve as much darkness as possible on their properties so they have the ability to enjoy the night sky. Light pollution is an ever-increasing problem, and this is an old issue. And I encourage the city to take and adopt an effective nuisance light bylaw and help reverse this trend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Ms. Rena Was?
Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Most of us would be hard-pressed to think of a technology that's impacted our planet more than nocturnal lighting. I mean, just invented over 100 years ago, today, from space, our planet looks like a lit-up Christmas tree. The impacts are significant, and they have been well studied. Scotobiology studies the impacts on all of biology on the planet. And it's not just biology, it's human health as well. So earlier this year, Transportation Canada sounded the alarm because they're concerned about overly bright headlights causing safety issues on our roadways. So light is significant. Now, we have asked for this to modernize our bylaw for a very long time. In fact, it made front page headlines back in 2013. Turn out the lights. So there it is, front page of the Lethbridge Herald, turn off the lights. Then in 2015, we had a petition going around, people asking to modernize our lighting bylaws. Hundreds of people signed this. Then in 2022, we also asked to modernize our bylaws, and we had dozens of letters come in to council, including organizations like London Road Neighborhood Association, Green Sense, Friends of Helen Schuler Nature Center, Dr. Robert McDonald, neuroscientist who teaches here at the university, SAGE, Lethbridge Astronomy Society, and so on. So now we're at phase 2 of updating our land use bylaws. This would be an ideal time to do it. Under tort law, residents have the right to peaceful use and enjoyment of their property. But without a bylaw, honestly, that right is not enforceable. And I know that firsthand. You might think to yourself, oh, what's the big deal? It's just light. But I'll tell you, when that light is directly shining in your bedroom, lighting up your entire room every single night, and there isn't a thing you can do about it, you feel that impact. Now, I'm one of those people that happens to live next door to a jerk who overnight turned on 3 lights. And I offered to buy him new lights, send an electrician over, all at my expense. No, he said no. You know, some people are just like that. Now, I tried to do my best. I got the police involved. I got a lawyer involved. Reiko would appreciate this. And after 2 years of fighting and thousands of dollars out the window, my lawyer just told me to stop wasting my money because, honestly, he said there are no bylaws, nothing with any weight to get him to put a little shield over his light. And honestly, it's the easiest form of pollution to control. All you want to do is task lighting. Light up your yard all you want, just don't let it trespass onto your neighbor's property or shine into the night sky, because all of that is 100% wasted light. So this is exactly why bylaws exist, to prevent conflict and to give residents a fair, reasonable path to resolution. Currently, we do not have a path to resolution. So I'm asking you today, as a municipal government, to please take this seriously and direct administration to modernize our lighting bylaws so they reflect current knowledge and support the well-being of both residents and the environment. And if we undertake this, let's do it right. Let's use the best practices that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Mr. Jericho? He's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've been in Lethbridge since '69 and want to look after the city. And this is a bylaw which I support because it respects each other as humans, but also wildlife that prevails in our environment. It's as simple as that. And it doesn't cost any money. All we have to do is sit down and write a good bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jericho. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak to this item on modernization of outdoor lighting regulations? No one else? All right. I do have a resolution. Oh, I've got a resolution already, and we'll go to questions. Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. To Mr. Barber, could I just have you come up here for just a second here? Thank you. I fully appreciate what you say about the bees, because we know nature is valuable. We know how important pollinators are. One of the things I'm concerned about, these permanent LED lights are becoming more affordable and more common. Are we seeing problems with houses being lit up all night because people are putting all through their house, around their windows, their eaves troughs?
Direction with LED, they're cost effective and they don't take a lot of energy to run. So there's probably not, I don't know of a lot of measurements that they've done on that, but just from sales, I'm sure that LED has become pervasive light pollution in the city.
Contributor, I guess, to some of this problem if people really enjoy their lights.
A lot of the new designs their lighting is being better designed now with better shading and more directionality, and with timers and motion sensors and so on. So probably better designed lighting is more available as well. But yeah, I think it contributes to the LED. For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Barber, before you sit down, is perfect. Just a quick question. When you're looking at this bylaw, we're finding out that when it comes to public safety in a lot of different areas, more lighting is asked so that there's you don't have some of the activity that happens when lights are down. Are you looking at having some type of bylaw that would actually exclude that as far as lighting up areas that are a safety concern, say in downtown or different areas?
Yeah, we're not speaking against restrict lighting where it's required. We're asking that light where it's not required be prohibited.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dodek.
I understand what the concern is, and I actually, do support it. But where I run into difficulties is it becomes the enforcement issue. And so when you have words like nuisance, adversely affect, you now get into a situation where someone has to make the determination whether or not that is actually a nuisance or is adversely affecting or unduly influencing the use and enjoyment of land. And it's probably not a question for you to answer, because maybe it's more for the city solicitor to say, like, I have a problem as to how would I define that in a bylaw. And because as it was mentioned by Ms. Was, in tort law, there is the concept of nuisance, and proving nuisance involves, unfortunately, a court appearance and actual determination. Either the jerk that Ms. Was was talking about deciding to, not be a jerk, or having a court declare that it's a nuisance, and thereafter usually, provide some sort of either a mandatory injunction or a fine or whatever. So I guess my question to the city solicitor is it's a two-parter, and maybe the city treasurer can get involved in too. We have a lot of bylaws that we have on the books, and so it seems to me that enforcement of these things is a problem, even if we can get over the hurdle of defining what it is, what we're trying to accomplish. So does anyone have any idea? Sure, go ahead.
Before, light is easy to measure. So some light bylaws in the States, particularly who've tried to quantify light nuisance, have established a light intensity that's allowable on a property that does not want the light. And it's 0.1 to 0.3 foot candles, which can be measured with a...
Is that something that's available to you? I mean,
Yes.
do you have, why don't you forward it to us? Because rather than, what's going to happen, we're going to have a resolution here that's accepting this as information, but I personally would be interested to see how other jurisdictions have dealt with it. Not saying that we would do it, but just to, give me a sense of how they did it through a bylaw, as opposed to just saying, well, go to court and, bring a claim in nuisance. So if you could do that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to send information I have.
Okay, and that will probably answer my questions anyways. So forget it, Mr. Solicitor.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Just along the same lines, is there a city in Western Canada that is the benchmark we should be living up to in the world of light nuisance? Like, hey, look at these guys as bylaw, they got it.
Yeah, a lot of the light nuisance bylaws and the community standards just prohibit light trespass.
So what's, like, give me a city, give me a place that does this to your set, that you think is great.
The light nuisance bylaws are in Calgary, Edmonton, Lacombe, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, Grand Prairie. But they're prohibiting trespass, which is direct light onto your property.
Okay.
So and that's easy to measure as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I think my question was going to be very similar to that. I know I've spoken to you, Mr. Lowen, about this, that you have seen light bylaws in other communities. We've heard what Mr. Barber thinks might work. Is there anyone that you're like, if we were going to write this, this is the one I'd recommend we sort of base it on to start?
I'd want a better understanding of exactly what council's trying to achieve. There's, the two examples that have been touched on here. One is a community standards type bylaw. The Calgary offense section creates a bylaw ticket offense. So if council was interested in that approach, I'd ask for an amount of time to do research and think about how many staff that would take. And at the end of the day, always remembering that a ticket doesn't necessarily turn off the light. And so sometimes, that doesn't always solve the problem, but Calgary does have that bylaw. And it basically just prohibits you from having a light that shines directly into a neighbor's house. So that's reasonably ascertainable by a there's no subjective element to that offense, to address Councillor Dodek's earlier point, valid point there. The other thing is, if you look at some cities like the city of Edmonton and their general development regulations have have rules about lighting and how it can impact neighboring properties in the land use bylaw. That, of course, is only prospective, wouldn't impact anything that's already built, but that's another approach. So those are the two approaches, and they both have, they solve different problems. So it'd really be up to council as to, what direction you'd want us to see. But those are in Alberta, those two cities are the places I generally start with, looking at what they've done in terms of legislation, and then going to see what we can operationally afford, if there would be service level impacts, if we'd be asking for more money for more staff to enforce it. The other thing we do is talk to 311 to see how many complaints we got, to see how big of a problem it is, and bring that sort of information back to you if you want. If there's no desire to do that on behalf of council, we have no desire in writing a lengthy report either. So up to council.
Sorry, I shut it off. Thank you. You've heard the two different approaches. Of those two, based on your conversation, which one is what you're sort of looking for?
We kind of envisioned it being similar to other nuisance bylaws, so something more dedicated to the problem. Community standards would also be fine. A lot of jurisdictions have taken that path.
Okay, and I mean, here it is last day of April. Would I be correct in assuming this is more of a winter problem than a summer problem? Not for the bees, but for the neighbors. Right, just because they go on earlier in the day.
That's a good question. I don't know for the creatures. It's
year round.
Yeah, and summer is their worst because that's when they're going through their life cycles. Okay. For individuals, I don't know. I can imagine it being worse in the winter just because it's darker earlier.
Yeah, the reason I ask that is if we do choose to move ahead in any direction, city moves slower than we might sometimes want. So I'm just trying to figure out for people if it's the winter by the time we'd like to have this done. So that's why my question went there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Just to Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you have this information or not. And if we collect this data through 311, do we get, is there hundreds of complaints a year? What are we at with complaints with light nuisance? And I mean, not that everybody that has an issue with it is going to go to 311, but do we have any data on that thus far?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. That's one of the benefits of 311 is the tracking ability. So in the last 3 years, there have been a total of 29 complaints. 21 of those are about street lights and 8 are about neighbors.
8 neighbors and
8 neighbors
in 3 years?
8 neighbors in 3 years, correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin. Through you to the city manager designate. We heard that we are moving through the land use bylaw review. So in doing that review, are we considering alignment with our B city commitments, the best practices from other Canadian municipalities, also balancing that safety, neighborhood livability, and environmental stewardship? Are we making that part of our land use bylaw review?
Looks like Mr. Sanchez can speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Short answer, yes, there has been engagement with most of the groups, but also we need to remember that the land use by law typically sets a regulation, and we already have some elements that control light nuisance in the bylaw, but is at the development stage. What happened after the house is developed and there is a development permit in place, that's what the land use by law does not regulate. And we have seen, like they explained before, people after they move in, they decide to add additional lights or LED lights or Christmas lights. So that's where the land use by law might not be the right tool. And how do we enforce? Like the city solicitor explained, we will need to review the options because it could be a time-consuming effort every time just to go there and go through the process. It's not an easy one even to issue a ticket and then get people to pay that ticket.
Okay, but right now, as we move through the land use bylaw, we're taking this into consideration. It's the enforcement afterwards that we need to have some discussion on.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sanchez, so here, I guess it's been about 20 years ago or 15 years ago at least that we moved from incandescent lights, our street lights, to LEDs. Can you tell me, is when you're looking at the nits or the brightness of the new I'm going to say new LEDs, but they've been around for probably a couple of decades. Is it much brighter than what we had previous? So this can cause a concern for some of the calls that we're getting to 311. Are they brighter than previously?
For the most part, they are slightly brighter, but the team has been working over the past few years in order to adjust those, and I think it's not a big difference. And even when you look at other municipalities, other jurisdictions, we try to combine or to be in that range where is the least intrusive for people or residents that are close by to those roads where we did the change to LED lights. So,
But keep an element of safety there as well, obviously.
and that was one of the main components, especially on main roads, just to ensure that the lighting is appropriate for the safety of pedestrians and even the vehicles that are.
Thank you. Councilor Parker?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, because I remember when they were doing in my crescent, the lights are certain, I have fortunate enough to have a light on my thing. They actually put a deflector on certain sides based on where you live. But if I looked, but I noticed with the new LED lights, that it seems like there's less light in the community with regards to street lights because the light is going straight down versus, a good example is if you look at the West Side Hill, when you come down the West Side Hill, you see the road lit up, but you don't see the lights coming off. Is it because it's the way it's projected onto the ground? Is that why?
Yes, that's correct. It's the design of the lighting that is basically sending all the lights downwards and not spreading like the other ones. They were more an open design and concept, where the LED lights is a flat surface that just projects towards the bottom. And I think they mentioned this before. Some people, as long as they can direct them towards the surface they want to light and not to the sides, that's when things become a problem.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Doria?
I just want to have a clarity. The request here is based on proposing the best practices, like to be aligned with the BCT, not based on the complaints. As I understood that on the you were requesting this for the last years, and then there was a report from the 311 that out of complaints are only 8 complaints. So please confirm me if the request is not because of the complaints, but because you want to have the best practices or to be aligned with the BCT. Or can you please help me understand?
So we're trying to encourage best practices. We are trying to align with the BCD and to improve the ecology of our community, especially nocturnal life. And it's not based on complaints because there's no bylaw to complain about, so it doesn't encourage complaints because there's nothing to complain about, I guess, from a legal perspective. So I don't know if that answers your question. But.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions on this, but I have a resolution from Councillor Wolf. Modernization of outdoor lighting regulations, light nuisance 5.2. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee receives this item for information. Councillor Wolf?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, do there questions, additional questions?
Councillor Croson?
Yes, I do have. If this passes, that does not stop a member of council from working with this group and bringing a motion forward later that requests that this be referred to administration to look into a bylaw. So this would not stop further work being done if this was accepted. And if this failed, we could then move to a motion that requested that this be sent to administration. Correct, Madam City Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wolf, I see no one else in the queue.
Seeing that, call the question, please.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? So 1. Thank you.
Pardon me? Give me the little 10 of Coke. Thanks.
I'm just going to ask, here's 3:15, a 5-minute, just a bio break if we could, just for 5 minutes here and before the next item is up, which is the Chinook Arch Regional Library System. So that'll be next. All right, we'll continue with the presentations. I do have next is the Chinook Arch Regional Library System Board service levels. And I do have Ms. Logan, the Vice Chair, and Jim Monteith, the Treasurer, to present. So please come to the mic and you start your presentation. Thank you.
I'm Marie Logan. I'm the Vice Chair of Vice Chair of Chinook Arch Regional Library System and Board Chair of Horizon School Division. Just about mixed
Can
them
you
up.
just pull the mic down just a little bit? Thank you.
Okay. Yep. And so we'll start off with about Chinook Arch. It's a 34-year partnership of 40 municipalities. Every $1 spent on libraries generates $6 of economic benefit. If you can go to the next slide. And partnerships leverage that even more. Could I have the next slide now, please? What is Chinook Arch Regional Library System? Chinook Arch is a partnership, as I said, of 40 municipalities that have agreed to share the cost of essential library services, including centralized ordering, cataloging, and processing of library materials. We do 45,000 items a year, downloadable ebooks, audiobooks, and more. Collection sharing between libraries, IT support and network management, training and operational support, and much more. Could I have the next slide? Chinook Arch services. By working together, every member of the partnership enjoys the benefits of reduced duplication of effort, economies of scale, collective buying power, higher level of service for all members, and access to $1 million in annual provincial operating grants. A 2023 benefit cost analysis demonstrated a significant net benefit to the city because of its membership in Chinook Arch. The next slide. How we support member libraries, especially the largest one, which is Lethbridge Public Library. And Lethbridge residents rely on services offered through Chinook Arch. Chinook Arch contributes over $210,000 annually to LPL's collection budget. LPL patrons are proportionally higher users of online service. And I can give you some examples of that. 293,000 Overdrive users are Lethbridge citizens. 89% of all newspaper archives are Lethbridge residents. In 2025, 54% of all checkouts were made by Lethbridge patrons. That's 905,000 checkouts. Chinook Arch staff reports spending between 11% and 80% of their time supporting LPL and its patrons. This is another interesting stat. LPL lent 89,000 books to other libraries and locations. But guess how many they borrowed? 117,000 from the other ones. Anyway, I'll turn it over to Jim now, and he's going to talk about the levy request.
Mayor and Council, my name's Jim Monteith. I'm the treasurer with Chinook Arch. I'm also a councillor with the town of Fort Macleod and a retired partner with Young Park McNabb, who's now a Vail. Actually worked here for 10 years. So just to go over the financial history here, member fees have increased about 9% since 2016. And as you're fully aware when you're doing your budget, inflation has risen 25%. So we've struggled for 10 years to keep going with the same revenue. In 2021, which was the year after COVID, municipalities were struggling, and we sort of had a good year because we didn't have a lot of the expenses we normally have because of COVID. So we reduced the levy from $8.17 to $7.76. And then the next year, we did the same. And then when we came to communities in 2022 for an increase, City of Lethbridge declined our levy request, and because they have veto power, it meant that we had no increase. All the other communities were in favor of it, but Lethbridge had the veto. So as a result, we've gone into cost savings. We've had a 15% reduction in staff, which is 3.5 equivalents. So without additional funding, our services are going to be reduced. And the service reductions will include longer turnaround times for library materials, and that's going from library to library specifically. Library users will have to wait longer, reduced selection of online resources. We've already cut out one of the online forums that we use for reading, and there'll be less direct support for libraries. Now, I hate to throw this back at you, but your 2026-29 strategic plan describes Lethbridge as a city that partners, and strategies include strengthening purposeful partnerships with regional partners, leveraging partnerships to enhance programs, services, and outcomes. And Chinook Arch is one of the city's most beneficial, enduring formal partnerships. So Chinook Arch Library Board respectfully requests that the City of Lethbridge consider approving our proposed levy change to $8.17 for the 2027 budget year. With the flat levy over the last 6 years, it saved the City of Lethbridge about $160,000. And this increase will cost the city $40,000 to $42,000, with all the other communities matching that, which will give us the operating room to keep our services intact. So I thank you for allowing us to present, and hopefully you'll see the value of Chinook Arch to the City of Lethbridge and to the regional centers that support the City of Lethbridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I'll go to those that are registered to speak, followed by anyone else who wishes to speak. So Dr. Sandberg from the MD of Willow Creek.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. The MD of Willow Creek is one of the members, as you know, of Carl's. Within our municipality alone, we have 5 libraries. Granham's Library is our MD's library. We have a library in Nanton, Stavely, Claresholm, and Fort McLeod. Our MD supports those libraries, just as Carl's does. In 34 years, Carl's has grown from 22 members to 40 members. This just shows the regional collaboration in supporting small towns like Granham. We have Lomond, we have Sterling, we have several places that struggle to operate a library. And of course, the libraries, as you know, are more than just for books. Many of them are the hub of the community. They supply information for people who come to town. They supply computers for people to work. They supply programming. They supply English as a second language for many of our immigrants that come to our towns and villages. So they're extremely, extremely important to many, many in the rural areas. Now, we talk about our ICFs, the intercollaborative municipal frameworks that the province invoked, and as Jim just alluded to, was your strategy of regional collaboration. So I think that I would like to see the council here consider the fact that this is a regional operation, and the fact that many of our rural communities support the City of Lethbridge. And I think that it's time for the City of Lethbridge to support our rural communities and their way of life, for these libraries to operate and on scales that are available to them simply because we have the numbers. And when I look at the numbers, 22 years ago, Lethbridge was probably overwhelmingly the most populated, so therefore they got the veto. Right now, the City of Lethbridge is approximately 50.83% of the population, and the other 39 members supply 49%. So there's only a 1.66% increase in population. So please consider your support for the other municipalities and for their libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amberg. Next, I have Ms. Miyanaga with the Reeve with the MD of Tabor.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me. I'm also a member of Chinook Arch Library Board, MD of Tabor Library Board, and the Town of Tabor Library Board. So what I think is the most important, and as I listen to you debate your budgets, as all of our municipalities have, it's that recognition of the regional aspect. We're not asking you to do any more than we've asked each of our member councils, which is 40, which you've heard, to pay $8.17 a person. We're going to carry that same burden, and we were willing to do that at our last ask, but with your veto power, you chose not to do that. So we also didn't bring forward that money. You set the budget. You have the power to do that. So we ask you to deeply consider the value that libraries bring to the city of Lethbridge and the benefit that you receive from Chinook Arch. You've heard the number of items that are borrowed that benefit your residents and in turn benefit ours. That is not lost on me. But it is a regional movement, and each one of us would be paying the $8.17. We're not asking you to carry more of the burden. You just happen to have more of the population. Each resident that is a member of Chinook Arch would pay that amount. So as you continue your budget deliberations, I ask you to consider that being part of your going forward and recognizing the value that Chinook Arch brings to your library systems and to Southern Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Prince, Mayor for the Village of Barons. He is not here. All right. Ms. Hurt from the Town of Staveley.
Hi, thank you for listening to me today. My name is Chelsea Hurt, but I am a resident actually of Lethbridge, but I was raised in Staveley, and so I've come to understand that a library is never just a building. It's part of the fabric that holds a community together. So even though I've lived in Lethbridge for over 25 years, I felt the responsibility to stay connected to and support rural communities. And that's why I chose to serve as the Town of Staveley Library Board member and trustee within the Chinook Arch Regional Library System. I know this sounds a little bit folksy, given the hard-hitting numbers presented earlier today on budgets, but I want to also give a presentation on the impact from a user of the library. The library in Lethbridge has been a constant in my life, as it is for many people in this community. As a university student, it's where I studied, got the free DVDs as a broke student. As a young mom raising a child with disabilities, it became a place of inclusion and support. And as my kids grew up, it's where tutoring happened, and it's also where I went to escape the teens. So the libraries in Staveley and in Lethbridge in Southern Alberta have been a constant fixture throughout my life, and every time I enter the Lethbridge Library, that's who I'm seeing as the users there, are the young moms and the newcomers to Alberta. The regional library system model was built on a simple idea that communities are stronger when we work together. By sharing the resources, collections, and services, communities gain access to more at a lower cost, and importantly, this isn't a one-way benefit. I also want to note that the community satisfaction survey that was brought up earlier today showed only the top 3 programs and services with satisfaction, but in fact, the public library services were tied for number 3 on for the services at 88% satisfaction. But unfortunately, since 2021, this has seen a decrease in satisfaction. Lethbridge residents, as mentioned, borrow more materials coming into our city from rural libraries than rural communities borrow from us. That means the system is actively expanding access for Lethbridge residents every day. It's increasing the value of what Lethbridge offers and not limiting it. I also want to point out that rural Albertans are the lifeblood of the city, not just socially, but economically. They are the customers in our stores, the patients in our hospitals, the students in our institutions, and a critical part of the workforce that helps sustain key sectors across southern Alberta. Lethbridge thrives because of the surrounding rural region, and this is a true symbiotic relationship that exists, one that depends on connection and not separation, and the library system is a quiet but powerful way we can sustain that relationship. If Lethbridge doesn't fully support Chinook Arch or weakens its support, the entire system weakens. The loss of a major member means reduced shared funding, purchasing power drops, and access shrinks. And for rural communities where libraries are often the only access point to internet, education, job resources, and social connection, these impacts are real and immediately felt. At a time when we're seeing increasing division between rural and urban Albertans, we should be investing in what brings us together, and libraries do that. Books, programming, library services give people the knowledge and ability to understand perspectives beyond their own. They offer comfort in difficult moments, and they give us tools to learn, grow, and adapt. They create space where people can think, reflect, and find common ground. In many ways, the library serves as an antidote to division. So my humble ask to Council is, invest in the system. Invest in a model that strengthens Lethbridge while also supporting the communities that support us by approving the return to the $8.17 per capita levy. Maintain a system that's already efficient, already shared, and already delivering value. And consider this decision potentially to be bigger than budgets. It's about the kind of community that we choose to be. So is Lethbridge a city that benefits from the region or one that turns away from it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers registered, but is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this particular 5.3 Chinook Arch Regional Library System? Is there anyone that would like to come up to the mic and speak? All right. Seeing none, I'll open it up to questions. I'll start off, and I'm not sure who could answer this question. It may be Mr. Monteith, or Treasurer. A question that I had previously that I just wanted some better understanding on. Looks like the cost is, we've heard about $42,000 a year. And I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Carl's Chinook Regional Library System has approximately $1.2 million in reserves. Is that correct?
That is roughly correct. As you know, the only way you have reserves and can fund capital projects is through generating reserves through operating profit. Now, the last 2 years have been deficits for us. We have to keep up on computer equipment and technology and those types of things. And it's only prudent for an organization to have enough operating reserves behind it so that if something happened, it can continue to operate and is not at risk. So I know what you're saying, but that's a very short-term solution to say, well, just live off your reserves until you suddenly don't have reserves, and then what do you do? So I look at it as a positive.
I appreciate you saying that, but I know that sitting around here, if you were here earlier this morning, there's times of struggles that communities or organizations go through, and reserves are there to help through some of the rougher times. Like, for example, during COVID, there was, we brought taxes down to 0%. People just could not afford the increases, knowing that later that would probably go up. So when I saw the reserves, and I thought 42,000, I thought if you took 42,000 of the 1.2 to 1.5 million dollars reserves that you have for this tough time, I struggle to see that it would crash and fail, as we heard at the last meeting. If you did not have this, we're the biggest player, Carl's would crash, as we heard from one of our representatives that sit there. So 42,000 could not come from the $1.5 million or $1.2 million reserves.
It could, but remember that the 42 is only half of what the levy is, because you've got the 39 other communities that are also raising 42,000. So you're really talking 85,000 that we would be down every year. And I've seen it on many organizations I've been involved in. It seems to be much easier to have a small increase every year and to level it out, and then suddenly you've got to do a big increase, which is far more impactful on people and harder to justify. So, you know, the way I look at it is we're better off to do a little bit as opposed to leaving it straight and then bumping it way up because we have no choice, we have no reserves, and then what do we do? And then depending on the political climate, you know.
Yeah, again, sorry, I know reserves, I just see there for emergency reasons, but I understand where you're coming from. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, and this gentleman, you may be the gentleman to ask. Anybody can answer that presented, but I just want to make sure we are not saying that rural libraries are at danger of closing. Nobody's trying to communicate that.
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're just saying that the services that the rural libraries rely on are just the same services that Lethbridge relies on. It's just at a smaller community. It's
for sure.
more
Thank
visible.
you.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. And then follow up. So here on the report, it talks about, you know, if we don't get this, longer turnaround times for library materials. So you may be able to speak to this. So is there a standardized delivery turnaround time? And what would happen if that was extended by 2 days? What would that do to the bottom line?
Well, it's not. It wouldn't do anything to the bottom line. What it would be the effect it would have on the patrons.
Okay, but if you're running less deliveries, there's no impact to the bottom line?
Well, marginally, you're still going to have the driver. You're cutting down on your fuel costs, maybe a bit of maintenance, but you know it's not going to be a huge number.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. First of all, I want to thank everyone here for your presentation. As you know, I'm on your board, and I've heard your concerns since I was put on that board. And some good points were spoken about the need for regional collaboration and how much rural the community support Lethbridge. And one thing, I just wanted to, got a quick question. I just want to make sure I heard this right. Lethbridge residents borrow more from the rural libraries and vice versa. Is that what I heard? So
Yes.
we are actually benefiting more from this than from the rural communities.
That is correct.
So we can actually say this is providing a benefit to Lethbridge residents.
Definitely, and we don't try and differentiate between who's benefiting more or whatever. The service is available to everyone, but Lethbridge certainly uses the service, and I think gets good value for what they're putting into it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you. I know this is for the next presentation, but can I ask Ms. Weaver a question from the LSCO, if you don't mind coming up? You're here today asking for us to defer your rent. You've been living off your reserves. How's that going?
It's not going well. We
Thank
have
you.
$64,000 remaining in cash reserves.
So living off reserves long-term would not be, in your opinion, a good way for an organization to handle difficulties?
Not long-term, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, before you go, can I ask you a question? Yeah. You've been living off them for how many years?
8 consecutive years.
8 consecutive years, not 1 year.
Not 1 year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Oh, I'm not going to ask a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Crowson, sorry.
Thank you. It's a question to the city manager or designate. We are working on an economic strategy right now. And in that economic strategy, how important is workforce attraction, retention, and development of a skilled workforce?
Thank you for the question. It is one of 6 key objectives.
So it is an objective of the City of Lethbridge in our economic strategy to actually help to develop a skilled workforce and to ensure that our workforce, we are attracting the right workforce to this region.
Correct. To the extent that the city has purview over that, yes, that's
yes, correct. As much as we can. Do we have any sense of how much of the workforce is from Lethbridge and the region that would work in Lethbridge?
I wouldn't have that number for you right now.
Okay.
No, I don't have that.
Any of the representatives from Carl's, when we were talking about what services Carl's does, how much of the online service would you suggest is in some way part of developing a skilled workforce for the region? And I'm not a lawyer, so I can ask very pointed questions. Is that one of the things that your services provide, is development of a skilled workforce through online services?
I'm Robin, by the way. I'm the director of Chinook Arch. That's a tricky question. There are definitely services that we provide that do, and it has long been one of the core services of libraries to help people, re-enter the workforce that have been out of the workforce, or learn new skills or knowledge that would help them to enter the workforce or better their lives in other ways. At the moment, we do have online courses that people can register for, and they're a little more formal, so you can actually sort of get certifications through this platform. Unfortunately, I don't have access to any sort of data about how that might actually have an impact on job search numbers and those types of things. Like we don't have the resources to track those type of things. We can see who's using it, we can see completion rates and that type of thing, but we can't sort of see the impact on local job market.
But right from literacy courses right through, what would be some of the different courses that people could take that might help develop a good workforce?
Boy, there's all kinds of things. So the platform has everything from sort of personal self-improvement, health and wellness, productivity tools like Adobe, Photoshop, movie editing, basic things like fundamentals of accounting, very practical to very sort of woo. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin.
Develop, there's something there for
There's
you.
something there. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Councillor Parker.
Very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you for your presentation. So just so the community knows, and also new members of council know, and they're pretty smart people as well, is you have Carl's and then you have the library. So we're just talking about Carl's in this, my question here. Mr. City Manager, how much money, we talk about this word $40,000, but how much overall taxpayer dollars go to Carl's on an annual basis?
Thank you, Councillor Parker. So the total amount that we pay through both directly through the municipal component and also through the membership from the library is $1,231,357.
Say it again.
$1,231,357.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your question. That would be sort of the gross levy, that $1.3 million ish. I think it's important to note that there is some cash that comes back to the city as well. So I think it was mentioned in the presentation. So there, as a result of that expenditure, there was $210,000 that Lethbridge Public Library has to spend on library materials. So every member library board has a book purchasing fund that is kind of provided to them as a result of their membership in the system. And that's simply designed to ensure that, I think when the system was first started, there was sort of a fear that some libraries would stop buying books altogether and they would simply steal the collections of the other member libraries. So by providing this book allotment, every library board has money to spend in proportion to their population of $2 per capita.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Thank you. I don't want to use this opportunity. I just wanted to ask the number. Otherwise, we can go on and on. But thank you for answering the question. Yeah, I appreciate that. So 1.2, and then we get 200,000 back, which you were clarified.
90,000.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. To the chairperson of Chinook Arch, just a question for you. And I'm not saying this is a doomsday scenario or anything like that. Is the city is under enormous pressure going into this budget. And let's say for some reason we have to fund other things that are key in our community. If we pulled out of Carl's, would you folks still survive?
We would, but Lethbridge Public Library would certainly have issues.
But I'm just, the reason why I'm saying is we're talking about this regional thing, which is really good. It's warm fuzzy, and I think there's a lot of logic behind when we first started it. I just want to know what would happen if the city of Lethbridge was no longer part of it and you guys had your own, still your own entity, instead of 39, was it 39 communities or 40? It goes to 38.
It totally changes the whole
Okay.
picture because you're the resource center and a few things for the system. And like Lethbridge Library has something like 200 100,000 books in their collection. All of us together have over 800,000, and if you add everything together, the online things, we're probably over 1 million. So the services to Lethbridge would really plummet. And I think probably Tara could speak to that a bit.
No, I just wanted from your perspective. That's all I wanted.
Yeah,
That's all I
we'll
wanted.
survive, but why would you want to pull out? It's a big benefit to you and you're a partnership. And we're actually called Chinook Arch Regional Library System.
So thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you for your answer. So let's say we weren't part of Chinook. Maybe the individual from Tabor can answer this question. Could you folks still come to our city and access our library if you weren't part of our system? Yeah. Just because you've all spoken very well. I just want to know.
So if we are all part of Chinook Arch Library System?
And Lethbridge wasn't. Could you still come to use our library?
No, we wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't. That would be a change in your bylaws, your regulations from your City of Lethbridge Library. But I think what should be known is, and I appreciate the questions and what you're driving at, but every member, so we have the population, sorry, I'm just going to get this to orientate, of 207,000 people are involved. Every library and every person is paying the same amount. We're not asking you to pay more. It has a net benefit to the City of Lethbridge residents. So it would have an incredible detraction because there's other services, and I'm not an expert, I'm a board member. Our staff is here. They could speak to those other ancillary services that Lethbridge Library receives.
And I appreciate that. And some people have asked me that, so I just want to make sure it was on the record. And I think you've answered the question very well, as well as yourself, Madam Chair. You did an excellent job as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin. I see we do have the CEO for Lethbridge Public Library in the audience, and I'm wondering if I could ask Ms. Plato a few questions.
Sure.
Ms. Plato? Thank you for joining us today. Welcome here.
Thank you.
If this request were not supported, what would the immediate and longer-term impacts on service levels and costs be for Lethbridge Public Library?
So the request specific to the levy increase, I just want to clarify.
Yep.
I obviously cannot speak to Chinook Arch's operations and what their operating budget looks like in terms of services. My understanding is that they would potentially be looking at a reduction in services, and as has been stated, that would most likely result in a service reduction directly at the library. So, for example, if they talked about turnaround time, so if it takes books longer to get to us, whether that's from other libraries or whether that's through the cataloging and acquisition process, then customers at LPL would wait longer for their books potentially. It really depends on where they decided to make those service reductions. But that's likely what we'd be looking at is a reduced service level at LPL.
And any reduced service levels in the e-offerings? So the electronic offerings?
I'm not sure how they would choose to make those reductions. 99% of our online resources are through Chinook Arch. So if there was a reduction in the amount of online resources they could provide, then that would obviously have a direct impact on LPL customers as well.
Okay. And how does participation in Chinook Arch help Lethbridge Public Library meet its service level expectations in a cost-effective way?
Yeah, so when we did a value for service report in 2024 and took a really close look at the services that are used by LPL and how that impacts our patrons. Really, the most obvious impact for our patrons is that reciprocal borrowing that was mentioned. I have a slightly different number than Chinook Arch, but 73,000 physical materials brought into LPL from other regional libraries. Online resources, so 230,000 ebooks. Databases was 160,000. That's all from 2025. So cumulatively, those resources would either obviously need to be purchased by LPL or they wouldn't be available. So definitely that reciprocal borrowing piece is the biggest, kind of most tangible impact to LPL patrons. And the other thing, of course, that we talked about is they operate a lot of the back-end services that we have to operate as a library. And so not being part of the system means that LPL would have to bring those services in-house. And obviously there's a cost to that. And that's where the cost-benefit analysis came in that the city did. And of course, it did show that there was a benefit to cost savings to the city being part of the system in that respect.
What was that cost savings?
$120,000, somewhere around there, a little bit, 124 maybe?
120, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, so I will ask if there's a motion there from Councillor Bieber. Chinook Arch Library System, Carl's Board Service Levels. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee refer this matter to the June 10th and 11th, 2026 operating budget deliberations. Councillor Bieber to open.
We heard some compelling discussions from the Chinook Arch Board, its members, about the need for regional collaboration and the benefit to Lethbridge library patrons. And it's clear to me that Lethbridge does get a significant benefit from being involved in this board, in the Chinook Arch Library Board. So I'm going to ask my colleagues here to approve this motion and bring it back to the June 10th and 11th budget deliberations.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I'll support this. And I don't want to take the questions that I'm against, Carl. I just have to ask the question so I have a better understanding. It could be ignorance on my part, and that's why I want to make sure. And I think it's important probably I come out there, get a tour of the facility and get a better understanding, because I think it's important that I become more knowledgeable. I just don't want to, people ask me questions and I ask the questions here, but I think it's important that I become more educated on this as well. So I'm not insinuating anything in regards to cutbacks. I just want to have a better understanding so I can justify it when budget comes around. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. I think we need to explain the process to our group here a little bit. Referring this is another CIC, which you could come speak at again when in the 10th and 11th, correct? Ms. Hilford, they could speak to it again on those. And is it referring, is the motion that we're going to see there known or not known at this time? Or when would they know what the motion we would be debating at that time might be? Just again, from a process perspective.
I would actually refer that to CFO Matthews.
Okay. So, Mr. Matthews, when would they have a sense of what that motion is that we might be debating on the 10th and 11th of June? Because right now we said we referred, we haven't said what we're referring or anything. So what's the sense and when would they know the details?
So thank you, Councillor Croson. So I think what we would suggest in here is that we add this as an initiative into the overall budget piece, and then that's when we can have the exact numbers from the Carl's team, and that's what you would be debating is that initiative.
Okay, so we need to review that, rewrite this a little bit.
So it'd be more about deferring this to or referring it to the deliberations as an initiative.
And the initiative would include that, as you're suggesting it now, would include that increase.
This initiative would be that increase. There's another component that's there, which is just because it was one-time funded from last time. So there'll be two initiatives for Carl's. One is because we only funded it one time because of the way it was initially denied at the time for ongoing funding. So they'll have two initiatives there for Carl's.
And because it was, the last time we debated this, we denied it, does this have to have a 2/3 vote at that time? I'm just curious again as to process.
Sorry, when I say that, I should just clarify that subsequently after that, council did come back and fund it through one time. It just that at the time when it was doing one for ongoing funding, it wasn't approved at that point, and then it was subsequently approved. So I don't think it's a rescindment on that one, but I'll leave that to the clerks.
All right. Again, I just want to be very clear what the process is so everybody understands where we're heading.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick? Oh, no. All right. You were in and then you were out. All right. Thank you. No, I will support this moving forward as it's showing here. I mean, when I ask the questions and I talk about reserves and I talk about dollars that are needed to continue an organization, I know there's struggles that we all face, and we've been elected to ask these questions, ask the tough questions, and of course, get the tough answers back at times. And so it's important to know that these questions are important to ask. Budgets come because of a lot of these different initiatives. And so just seeing when I had mentioned the $1.5 million, it wasn't an attack on why do you have reserves. It was to say sometimes when in tight times, we may have to rely on reserves. We've done it as a municipality, and we hear from our CFO the same thing. Oh my gosh, it's not smart to deplete those reserves all the way down. We hear it time and time again. There's times that sometimes it needed to be done. And so just questions that I get and ask, and I know we support this. We support this organization. And I heard a comment that, we support you. It's time for you to support us. And sorry, that's really tough to take as a community, as a mayor of a community that I believe there's a lot of support that we do for other areas, communities in the region. If it's from the recreation, the pools, the paths, the arts, and so, I mean, it's just important to know we do respect, we do understand the struggles that are out in all communities, and we are supportive. We want to work collaboratively with all communities. So I just want to make sure that comment came across. So. With that, I'll go back to Councillor Bieber to close.
Unless there are any more discussions or any questions, I will just call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, next up on the list, we have 5.4, support for the Lethbridge Senior Centre Organization, a temporary rent pause. And we'll first be hearing from the LSCO Executive Director, Caitlin Weaver, and after I'll ask those to come up to the mic that are registered, as well as anyone who else just wishes to speak to this particular initiative. So, Ms. Weaver, if you please come to the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally made it to the podium. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Caitlin Weaver, Executive Director of the Lethbridge Senior Citizens Organization, and I've been in the role since March 2025. Joining me today is the LSCO Operations Manager, Jody McDonnell, as well as in the audience are a few of the LSCO board members and members from the LSCO. Hopefully they're still here. Today we are requesting temporary rent relief for the remainder of 2026, totaling $150,225 in emergency funding. LSCO has been a tenant of the City of Lethbridge since the building was constructed in 1979, and over the past 10 years, we've contributed approximately $1.7 million in rent payments. Like other nonprofits, we greatly appreciated the temporary rent relief provided by the city in 2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can just leave it on the front page. I moved it around a lot. Thank you. To be clear, this is a request for coverage of the remainder of our rent costs, not a loan or a deferral. This support would allow us to redirect unrestricted revenue toward rebuilding our reserves and stabilizing the organization. Currently, as I mentioned before, our cash reserves are just $64,000, while our annual budget, including grants and other revenue, is $2.9 million. This level of reserves is not sufficient to absorb another deficit this year, especially given the rise, as we've heard today, in operating costs and the ongoing pressure for nonprofit funding. So why is this critically important to council and the community we serve? That you serve, sorry. For 50 years, LSCO has been working to provide programs and services that help make our city a great place to age well. The LSCO is Lethbridge's hub where thousands of seniors stay active, connect, and access supports for independence. Last year, we had 49,000 visits by the public, members, and seniors, a 12% growth compared to 2024. At the LSCO, we believe every senior deserves a place to belong, and we are that place for so many. You can see the impact in the people we serve who call this place their second home. Mary recovered more quickly from a serious fall because of the strength she developed through our fitness programs, as noted explicitly by her physician. Vince, a homebound senior with a spinal injury, relies on Meals on Wheels, not just for nutrition, but for connection. Sometimes it's the only social interaction he has that day. There are thousands of other stories like these ones that come from our members each year. Our programs show real evidence of reducing isolation, boosting physical and mental health, and keeping seniors in their homes longer, helping to ease the strain on hospital, our emergency services, and other intervention systems. And this current and future strain on our systems cannot be overstated. Our population is aging. In Alberta, the proportion of seniors has grown from 12 to 16% in just a decade, and by 2051, 1 in 5 Albertans will be over the age of 65. Here in Lethbridge, that growth is even more pronounced. We have more seniors in our population than the provincial average, and many seniors from across Canada are relocating to our city to retire, probably because of the good weather. LSEO is part of fall prevention, and fall prevention saves nearly $1 million each year in emergency costs. The C.D. Howe Institute reports that seniors over 75 account for more than $1 of every $4 in provincial health spending. That is exactly why policy advisors are urging investment in community-based preventative supports, the very same that LSEO offers through Meals on Wheels, system navigation, transportation, elder abuse case management, fitness, recreation, creative programming, social connection, and partnerships with health providers on things like fall prevention and nutrition. And that's just a very small example of the many, many things that we provide. The evidence shows these approaches work. Among 417 seniors supported by LSCO system navigators, 54% reported fewer hospitalizations, which reinforces the value of keeping people healthy, connected, and supported in our community. Rent relief lets us sustain our programs while continuing to reduce pressure on healthcare and intervention systems and you, the city. It's very clear why our request matters both to the people who rely on the LSCO and to the city's bottom line. Internally, we're working diligently to support our members and our bottom line because our request is part of a broader sustainability plan. Since March 2025, we've worked to increase earned revenue through our programs, our diner, and rentals, and more, while renewing our focus on fundraising. Those efforts are already producing measurable results. Donations are up by 50% compared to 2024. Center usage is up 13%, and program attendance is up by 17%. But despite this progress in just 1 year, the financial pressures have been built up over years. They continue. After 8 consecutive years of operating deficits, including 2025, our reserves are critically low. We continue to feel the lasting effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which severely impacted our senior population, a group that was among the most vulnerable to critical illness and death. In addition, we're facing, like everyone else, inflation-driven rising costs, reduced gaming and bingo revenue, and more competitive or reduced grant funding. At the same time, our members are under their own financial strain. So we have intentionally kept fees affordable to ensure continued access, introducing only a modest increase this year to programs in our diner after years without any changes. Even today, we are not yet back at the number of attendees and members that we were at before the pandemic, but we're trying and we're seeing promise. We recognize long-term sustainability is our responsibility as an independent entity. We're committed to strengthening operations, rebuilding reserves, adapting our structure as needed and if needed, and doing everything possible to emerge stronger, and I'm confident that we will. Approving this request is something that the City of Lethbridge can do that is not only compassionate, but economically responsible to support our continued growth and the continued effort to make Lethbridge a great place to age well. The cost of replacing these services or managing their loss would far exceed the value of this one-time support. The facility itself is uniquely suited to what we do, and there's not many other uses for this building. The city would have to incur a significant cost if it were to transition the use of the building or to demolish it. By approving this request of one-time temporary rent relief of $150,225, Council is investing in seniors' health, independence, and Lethbridge's strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Appreciate that. We do have a couple other. We do have others that are registered to speak, and we'll start off with Ms. Cody from LSCO. And there's something that I did want to read out here, and I hate to have to be that person, but the meeting, I know we've got a lot of passion in here, and we're going to see this as well as the next presentation. It's important that we refrain from some of the clapping and the cheering and stuff, because there's going to be passion on both sides probably of many of the different things that are coming to council today or to CIC today. So we do have a process that, please be respectful and listen to the items that we have at hand. We know that we're excited and absolutely there's passion there, but if we can just keep decorum within chambers. Thank you. And now Ms. Cody, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the mayor and the councilors.
Can you just pull the mic down, Ms. Cody? Sorry, just thank you.
Is that better? Thank you. Okay, as a senior and an LSCO member, I strongly support a pause of rental fees so their programs can continue. It is important to continue to maintain the varied services to meet the needs of seniors. And just as an addition, adults over the age of 35 can also be a member. And so when you are in programs or classes, you have a wide range of people. It does support our social, our physical, intellectual, and creative needs. I can't think of another place in Lethbridge where all those needs are met, from everything from really good soup in the cafeteria to all the classes and the programs and the guest speakers. We learn so much and we grow so much. There's also varied departments that offer information about government services and government plans. And with the Alberta Senior Benefit, they've decided to up the minimum take-home pay or minimum, I can't think of the word, but I'm a senior. The amount that a person can make to receive the Alberta Senior Benefit. So there's going to be a number of people who are no longer going to get an Alberta Senior Benefit. And so the LSCO is really important to provide all those services. So please support a pause in the rental income or rental fee for LSCO to help meet the needs of all us seniors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cody. Appreciate that. Next to speak on the list is Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eric Marshall, and I've been a member of the LSCO for more than 8 years, and I rely on it. Every week I go in there for the programs, and without it, I'd probably be sitting in my apartment doing nothing. So it's very important to me to keep the LSCO alive, and appreciate your help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. McGuire. This isn't the part where you say, show me the money, right?
Exactly, yeah, that comes afterwards. First of all, thanks. My name is Mike McGuire, a future old person, and someone who moved to this city just over 2 years ago to continue my radio career. That has come to a pause, but don't worry, unlike some other failed radio talents, I'm not going for a career in politics. I'm here today to talk about the LSCO. Trust me, after seeing how much math you guys have to figure out, I am out. But when it comes down to it, I got introduced to the LSCO and Caitlin and her crew when I first got here. The company I was working for was a partner of one of their fundraising events. And even then, I was already learning what strife and agony sometimes going through the budget for these things were, because like everything else in the city and everywhere else, I mean, I work in entertainment. COVID killed it, right? That money doesn't come back. The people are sometimes afraid to come back. They need to go somewhere warm and welcome and safe. And that was the first impression I got when I went to the LSCO just as a guy. Councillor Bieber, I should tell you, the first time I actually went to the LSCO was actually go help with the pro wrestling show that was happening in the gym that night. That's my side gig. I work with those guys. So imagine my surprise when I see this gym where I'm going to help guys in leotard go fake beat each other up for a while, that they have this incredible organization attached to this facility. I thought this is too good to be true, and it made me think immediately of the reason why I moved to Lethbridge, and that was my mom, Lois. Lois is my grandma who adopted me. Lois never lived in Lethbridge, but I moved her with me everywhere I went. When I was younger, when you deal with being raised by a grandparent, you learn quickly that health issues and isolation issues and things that affect seniors every day that they don't talk about because a lot of times they're too proud to talk about happen. And here's the funny thing. Unless one of you got a magic pill here, we're all going to get old and we're all going to need a place to count on. And I realize we live in a world where consolidation is a thing and options are, well, why don't we just go to this place? Or why don't we make this go this place? Councillor Crowson, acting mayor, I heard you say earlier that, you know what, this used to be a several committee thing. And now it's one big long one and it takes forever. Sometimes consolidating doesn't make things easier. And forgive me, but if I'm at the end of my life, I don't want things to take longer than they are already. Sorry, Caitlin, if I'm just being an idiot up here, but I honestly, I don't have a dog in this fight other than the fact that I know what matters to all of us. And I know that everybody that comes in here and everybody that ran for office, you said to yourselves, you know what, I want to go in, I want to try and do the best job I can today. Do what I can to make a difference in my role today. They're asking for a pause in rent. I'm going to go ahead and say that if we were flipping this over for some other organizations that maybe have a little more zeal and appeal, maybe this wouldn't even be asking for a pause. Maybe it'd just be, hey, give it a break completely. But something I learned as I took care of my mom for the last 20 years of her life, 10 of which she wasn't supposed to have, is that talking about benefits for seniors and taking care of seniors, it's not a billboard issue. It's not something that gets people's attention. We're all supposed to look at our seniors and say, hey, thanks for doing that, but we're going to take care of our lives now. And too often our seniors fade into absolute obsolescence. I see an organization like the LSCO and I see a town like Lethbridge actually value its seniors. And I know that if my mom was still with us today, the first thing I'd be doing is dragging her down to the LSCO every week, and it wouldn't be because I'd have to force her, it's because she'd want to go. It's community, it's friendship, but more importantly, it's safety, it's structure. And no matter how old you get, and there's going to be a lot of people that may dispute this with me, and that's fine. But I don't care how old you get, you live to dream until the day you die. And sometimes our dreams are just getting up and having a good day and seeing friends. And to her last day, that was my mom's dying wish. So when we think about ourselves, and trust me, every day I look in the mirror, I go, damn, I'm getting older. I always think about what's waiting for me in the future. I don't want to be sitting at home alone in an apartment with nowhere to go, no one to talk to, and thinking that nobody cares about me. A place like the LSCO gives me purpose, gives me belief, and gives me a place to look forward to. In fact, I look forward to going there after this because frankly, I skipped lunch and there's food in the diner. But in all seriousness, folks, again, I'm just a guy in this city, but I'm a guy that moved here by choice, wants to stay here by choice. And much like I'm sure we're going to hear with some future speakers here, we can't always look for the most efficient way to do the right thing. Sometimes we just have to figure out a way to do it. When I was doing my radio show here, we talk about things on the news all the time, and I would always say one thing. The decision makers are going to make the decisions. They're going to leave us with what options we have to spend, what we have to allocate, what we can do. All the rest of us here, we muddle through. We figure it out. What I'm asking as someone who lives in this city and believes in this organization and organizations like it is let's make the muddling a little less hard for these people. They've gone through an awful lot and they deserve nothing but our utmost respect and service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGuire. With that, I want to ask if there's anybody else in the gallery that wishes to come forward and speak to this particular motion. All right, seeing none, we'll now open it up for questions. And Ms. Weaver, I have a question to start, if I could. I hear, and I've been asked this question, is a pause. Is a pause that the dollars will come later as you're waiting for something to come, or is a pause a removal of the fee? Can you explain a little bit about that, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes, so what I'm asking, Sorry, is it on? Yes. What we're asking for is temporary rent relief for the 3 quarters remaining in 2026. So totaling emergency funding of $150,225. So not a deferral or a loan, just a temporary break for us as an organization so we can take our fundraising and unrestricted revenue and put it directly into our reserves to give us a longer timeline of survival.
Thank you. And the second part of that question to Mr. Matthews, with a rent pause, that means obviously there's the dollars that are expecting to come into as revenue to the city. If that is paused, how is that dealt with? You would actually be considered a cost of whatever those dollars are would have to come out of another fund. Is that right to say? If you can just explain that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Higgin. So Council has a policy in this regard. It's CC 47, which is the Community Not-for-Profit Emergency Grant Funding Program. I might have the tail end of that wrong. That policy, where the funding comes from for that amount, would come from council contingencies.
And can you tell me what is in council contingencies right now?
Yes, I can. 1 second here.
Unaccounted for, of course. I know
That's
that there's
right.
some that are accounted for.
The money that's available right now. So currently, right now, council has just over $306,000 inside of council contingencies.
And that's what is not accounted for,
That's
correct?
what's not accounted for as a carryover from 23 to 25, which was 211,000 and change, and 95,000 remaining from this year.
And this is, and go back to Ms. Weaver, this is not ongoing, this is a temporary as you're finding other ways, and I know that's going to take a lot of bake sales to build back up, because I understand the reserves, and I appreciate that. That's been many, many years, as I'm sure when you arrived, you maybe didn't understand all of what happened previously and why those reserves were depleted, but you've came, and I know we've met, and I appreciate you coming in and just sharing the concern that's there and showing your passion for the organization. So with that, I'll go to other questions here. So Councillor Crowson.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Matthews, we have a policy for this, which suggests I already know the answer to this question, but do we have any precedence of doing something like this for other organizations? And if so, which ones have we done this for in the past?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. In the past, from the knowledge that I have, we've done it in the past for Fort Whoop-Up, when that was a society unto itself. I believe that was back in 2014 and $25,000. That was funded from council contingencies. There was also the Lethbridge Community Network that received funding in 2023 of $30,000 as well. That one was a little bit different. It didn't quite meet the policy requirements of CC 47, but council decided to provide that funding anyways.
So yeah, there is precedence for doing this. Ms. Weaver, this is slightly, not exactly what we're talking about, but you're looking for ways to fundraise. Social enterprise is going to be something like that. We know you're not the only not-for-profit having difficulty. Yours might be specific to you, but there's other ones having it. Would some sort of work on social enterprise, work with a bunch of not-for-profits to get together, have those sort of conversations about different ways of funding, would that be something useful to your organization during the next few months? Yeah. We need to turn your, there. Oh.
Thank you. It's interesting because the LSCO is already kind of best practice when it comes to the structure of raising funds because we are a revenue generating charity. A lot of charities solely rely on grants. We rely, I think it's 60% on grants, 40% on generated revenue through our diner, through our boutique, which is a bit of a social enterprise already, as well as program fees, memberships, and things like that. So from my experience in nonprofits and looking at the research about what is to come for nonprofits as the systems change and it gets harder and harder, our structure is sound. We are doing what is needed to survive in our communities already. And so I think what has been happening for nearly the last decade of depleting our reserves, it doesn't necessarily mean the structure of the organization is not sustainable, because I do believe it is. And I went to the Nonprofit Chamber conference last week, and there was an economist speaking as a keynote. I've never been to a conference where they're not talking about humanity and social services, they're talking about money. And so, we are, as an organization, are able to do both. We can generate a little bit of money, but as a charity, we provide it at a fraction of the cost. And so that's how we rely on donations. So So looking forward, 10 years from now, I really believe that, and I'm confident that we will be in a good position to continue to support our seniors. We just have to get out of this spot.
So you just need the time.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I think we need to do just across the sector is stop talking about not-for-profit and talk about for community profit.
Yes.
Because we make a lot of profit in the not-for-profit sector.
Yeah.
It just has to be reinvested back into the community.
Yes, and I do want to say the caring economy, so that's nonprofits, staff, that's hospitals, healthcare workers, emergency services. In Canada, we are the largest contributor to GDP. In Alberta, we're the third largest, and we're 4 times greater than oil and gas.
Right.
And so we are providing so much to our economy as well as to our humans, and that is the goal.
So you literally just need the breathing space.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Weaver, for coming forward with this. What percentage of LSCO's funding comes from non-municipal sources? So you talked about 60% from grants, and then 40% from the revenues that you raise. But what percentage actually comes from the city of Lethbridge right now?
I don't know the percentage. I know the 2026 FCSS agreement is about $512,000 for our support services department, and so that's mostly staff wages. And Jody is here, my operations manager, so if she knows the specific percentage, she can give it to me. But that would be from the city, but from the province.
Via FCSS.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess that speaks a little bit to some of your operating pressure appears to be partly connected to that broader provincial funding gap through FCSS funding as well.
Yeah.
So because, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody on that percentage for FCSS, how much are we funding through FCSS? I was going to say, I saw somebody over there that can help me out with this.
The city of Lethbridge contributes 20% to the total of FCSS, with the province contributing the other 80%.
Other 80%? Okay. So just carrying on with that question, though, what is the plan to increase your revenues over time?
Yes, so we have already kind of implemented a sustainability plan, and part of that is just getting people in the door. So between like this year and this time last year, we're an increase of 30% in our diner for sales, which is really remarkable. And we have introduced a modest fee increase for programs and our diner to kind of get a little bit more, not quite on par with inflation, but starting the conversation without dumping all of the costs onto our seniors. And just a lot of those, like announcing and explaining that we are a charity, because I think because there is that revenue or transaction that takes place, people think it's a private service when it is a charity. So just announcing that we can donate, you get a charitable tax receipt. We're doing a lot of marketing that's kind of an outreach. That's kind of our biggest push, because we are on our way towards pre-COVID attendance. And in just 1 year, 17% growth in program attendance, 50% growth in donations from the year before. So we are seeing measurable results, and the sustainability plan is get the word out there, shout it from the rooftops, showcase the benefit and the value of the organization as a one-stop shop for seniors, as a hub. And we're already seeing a lot of that pay off.
Okay. And then one final question, and it goes back to something that Mayor Higgin had said. If, or would there be a willingness of your board to have a conversation about a repayment plan if we deferred this for a year or two, but looked at a repayment plan and working that out with our CFO? Would there be a willingness to look at that? I mean, we'd have to look at our own policies, but would there be a willingness to have that conversation once you're able to get your feedback under you?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask to Mr. Matthews. I just want to ask, as Acting Mayor Crossan said, this is not the first time. So is there already a guideline or policy in place if in case other organization will ask for a relief or something that we need to consider? So is there already a guideline that is set for this? so that they have an idea that when they can come, when we can ask for any assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doria. So CC 47 is that policy, the Community Not-for-Profit Emergency Funding Policy. That policy in itself provides the structure and the eligibility requirements that a not-for-profit has to meet to actually get funding through that for it. And as we went through and took a look at this, there wasn't seemed to be any concern in this regard. But I think for one of the answers back to your question would be that if they didn't meet those eligibility requirements, that would be something that council would have to decide on. I did mention that the Lethbridge Community Network in the past, they didn't meet the eligibility requirements, but council did decide to give them the funding anyways, even though they came through it. That's as one example. However, really the trigger on it is your budget contingency. So council's contingency is how much money you have in there, is whether or not that's exhausted. Here again, council could always make a decision on budget as well too. So there's an avenue in the application process. There isn't that we would say that doesn't apply or doesn't make, and then council would have to make a decision beyond their policy if they wanted to go over above how much money they have in contingencies, or if it didn't meet the eligibility requirements.
The contingencies changes, the amount of contingency we have changes per year after every budget.
That's right. Yep. So currently, every year, there's $120,000 in council contingency, and during that course of that budget period, it carries over. At the end of that budget, it goes back into the MRSR, and it resets itself at the start of the next budget. Right now, council has sufficient funds to make the decision in this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, I just want to follow up a little bit on Councilor Schmidt-Rempel's question, which I just want to understand what pause means in terms of this request. Is this a request to forgive the rental payment or to defer it to some future date when there's money available?
The request is to forgive, yes.
That's the request?
That is, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Just, I know you've got a plan going forward. I just wonder if the plan is not working, like in the amount of time that this is forgiven, what's your plan B?
So kind of simultaneously, these are all kind of happening at the same time. So the first plan is directed from my board to come to you and request rent forgiveness to be able to give us some breathing space to figure out what's next, to see, is it working? Are we able to get back to where we need to and even above, considering inflation? Or are we going to have to look at the structure of the organization and start pulling pieces that are a drain to our organization? Part of that would, obviously our biggest expense is staff, but staff provide the services and the programs. And so if they are not there, those programs and services are not there. Every year, Meals on Wheels is a deficit. We do see a deficit from Meals on Wheels because we have we subsidize every meal for low-income seniors and for seniors in general. And so looking at those very important services and say, can we support these anymore? And having to make very hard decisions. And again, that's happening, these conversations and these plans are happening simultaneously. And then the third is, is there another organization that could take over our organization? And again, those conversations are being planted and seeds are being planted to look towards the future and scenario plan all of these different things. And then finally, dissolve. And that is obviously not the hope, right. But we are also realistic. Like again, like I said, we are an independent entity. We are responsible and accountable for what we do, and we are taking on that responsibility to make sure that this service continues and that I'm not here again next year or the year after that. And that involves making some hard choices, but we don't have the time to make those hard choices even. So yes, I hope that answers your question.
And just because we're just having this discussion, it's just one of those things that's in my mind because you're saying the deficit's been going down or your contingency's been going down for so many years. Mm-hmm. There must have been some red flags that were happening over that course of that period of time. Was there anyone saying, let's pay attention to this, or did it just kept on going and going without anything being done by it? And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just, you don't want to repeat history.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes history's good, yeah. No, but I'm just asking.
Yeah, I obviously can't speak to what happened in the past. I've been here since March 2025, and we're...
so it's your fault.
It is my fault personally, yes.
No.
And I was aware of the concerns coming in. I think that I can only speak to what we're doing in the future. I'm sure that there was red flags in the past. I know our auditors had mentioned that, like, hey, you guys can't rely on bingo revenue because it's going to go down. And that's now, it's down. Or casino revenue. And, that used to cover almost 100% of our rent, and it no longer does. And so I think there's a lot of red flags that are being risen at all times. I think it's how you navigate them for the future, and we've got a big old red flag waving right now, and we're taking it very seriously. And I'm very confident that we will be turning that into at least an orange flag pretty soon.
Well, I mean, and you keep on saying you're confident. I'm glad. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to hear that. But what gives you that confidence? What makes you think this is the way what we're going to do?
Yeah, I think it's just the statistics, the quantitative stats that say how many people are in our facility, how many people are donating now compared to the years prior, how many people are paying for programs, and also the qualitative feedback of people saying, hey, I feel the energy, I feel the momentum, I'm on board. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary, and we're ready for 50 plus more years. And so all signs are pointing towards positive growth. And again, I think that our structure as an organization is sustainable, is sound. We just need a little help right
Thank
now.
you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just, Ms. Weaver, a question that we were chatting about earlier about, is this a pause? Is it a relief? Is it whatever the wording we want to use of, if this was to be repaid, my question continually is, as you've heard throughout this morning, and you've fortunately or unfortunately been sitting in hearing what the financial forecast is for the city of Lethbridge, and how it's looking kind of a doom and gloom, it seems, this morning, if you were to come and sit in this in chambers. But so with a way to repay this back at another time when you're able, that's something that you'd mentioned that could be a possibility. But it's right now those shortfalls are where the struggle is real, if you want to say it that way. Do you know how much longer at the rate that you are? Because again, you've pulled from reserves for 9 years or 11 years or whatever it was. Right now, when are those dollars completely out? Is it true, they say about a year or something? Is that what you were saying?
So if we sustain another deficit like we did last year in cash, we won't have any reserves left.
Right,
Yeah.
but next year, so I'm just trying to think of a time that we've got budget coming up, and I know that's for future budget, but the next question I would have is for Mr. Matthews, and if I was thinking if this goes to budget, and as long as there's a last here and there's not a imminent, we need this tomorrow, how would this work, and have we done this before with anyone where it was a loan put on at a later time? What's coming to mind is the hurricanes, for example, debenture and some of this, but is there anything else that you can think of for something like the amount that Ms. Weaver's coming forward with?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So, I was just doing the same thing in the background here with my team, and also I'm the city solicitor there. The problem on the MGA on a loan, all the ones that I remember are for capital. And there's certain requirements under the MGA, what we can do. We can borrow, obviously. We've done that for hurricanes and other groups, and that for capital. I'm not 100% sure right off the top of my head on operating. In fact, this might be the first time that I know from that point of view. At least in long-term history on it. So really, when it comes to this, if you wanted to take it to the budget, assuming that works for LSCO, it would probably come there, and what our recommendation would be likely a one-time funding source at that time. So it would be the similar as taking it now. It would just be that you'd put off the decision to then amongst everything else, and you would take a look at those one-time funding amounts and or other requests, and you would look at that at that time.
Because the reason I'm going this is so you set a precedent, and I know that after what we've said all along here, and I understand that everybody has struggles now, and this is what's really tough, and you want to say yes to everyone, but obviously we know that that's not a possibility. Looking what's in council contingencies to be able to allocate, and this is why. And so I just that's, I guess, Ms. Weaver, is if we're back in the budget deliberations come here in June, is that, if you get an answer in June, is that going to be too late?
No, I don't think so. So what we're trying to do, and what expenses we have cut and what revenue we have generated, with the $60,000 in reserves, hopefully this year we see break even or maybe a $10,000 deficit. So then we have 5 more years to continue. And so we're working really, really hard. Again, this ask is part of a broader sustainability plan because I know this takes time. So yes, June would be fine.
No.
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Matthews, that makes sense. And as you mentioned, if we can just put that.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Higgins. So I think what we would do then is we take this and bring it as another one-time initiative, bring it forward to council a part of the June 10th and 11th budget deliberations.
And that's where we'd put the funding source or whatever. Which
that's right. We'd look at the funding source and so forth as well. And of course, we could also look at other options here too, like as well. I know that the city solicitor gave me some stuff in the background that we're taking a look at as well. If council wanted to, if that was. So
this is 10th and 11th. Is it 10th and 11th, if I remember right?
June 10th and 11th.
Yeah. When does that come to council? When would Ms. Weaver know whether it's approved or not?
I believe it would likely be. Well, I'll let the city clerk, she has the calendar from her, would be the exact date.
Thank you. Looks like it would be June 23rd.
June 23rd. Okay, and that sounds like a timeline to get an answer back? Okay, great. Oh, sorry, I see another one in here. Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Bieber, go ahead.
Ms. Weaver, I'll just keep this quick. I'm just wondering, when is the last time you raised your membership fees? And if there's a threshold that would make it unsustainable for members to keep coming? Because we know seniors are on fixed income, and it's difficult for a lot of people. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, so our membership raises per year about $65,000. So it's $60 for a year for each senior. And that basically gives them access to discounts and exclusive perks, I guess. So $64,000 in a $3 million budget is quite small. And so what we do is we keep the membership affordable, but it provides discounts to the rest of the organization. And so I do get that request a lot. And one of the things that we're doing is showcasing the value of the membership first to then justify a small increase. But we do see that eventually it becomes unobtainable for seniors. And we're balancing that need to get people in the door, not make it too expensive, but also our bottom line. And so, the membership increases does have to go through a approval process at our AGM by our members. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue. I do have a resolution actually that is just coming, because as we were chatting about putting this, it changes a little bit, the resolution, so just give just a moment here. This is where we cue Jeopardy. All right, the resolution I do have here from Councillor Doria, support for the Lethbridge Senior Centre Organization temporary rent pause. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee refer this matter to be considered as an initiative at the June 10th and 11th, 2026 operating budget deliberations. Councillor Doria.
Yeah, as we heard from the presenter, we really need to consider this temporary pause so that they can move on. And we can also see that they try their best to do what they can to improve the revenue in order to, hopefully, to make payments for this pause. So is there any any other concerns with the, in the horseshoe?
Nobody else in the queue.
Okay, I'll call for a vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I'm hearing just a
break.
Well, actually, you know what? It's you could do the break as we do this. I have a motion from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. We enter a closed session. Move that we be resolved that we do now enter a closed session at 4:57 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 7.3 as per sections 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act.
Yeah, but they will come back, right? Oh, yeah.
And with that question, all in favor? Thank you. That passed. All right, thank you everyone for your patience here. I know it's been a very long day, and my apologies as we went through many different presentations that we had today. We're now up to the 5.5, which is EHS Ground Ambulance Agreement Analysis. And we'll start off at Mr. Matthews. If I can turn the time over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, members of council. I'll wait for Ms. Western to get the presentation there. Thank you. So, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. As council.
Apologies, we have to make the motion to release this.
Oh, yep.
Sorry, my.
All right. So from Councillor Crowson, take this motion. Just one moment.
Can I do it like release the Kraken, release the motion?
Release the motion. All right. From Councillor Crowson, Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Service Agreement Update. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee meeting authorizes the release of confidential attachment 1 from the closed session to be presented as item 5.5, Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Update. And further be resolved, the Community Issues Committee direct closed meeting documents and discussion with respect to the Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Update remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, information harmful to business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, and 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Crowson?
Release the motion. Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's and just give I know the patience again, just a couple minutes while we recompile it so that it is out public. Thank you, Mr. Westerson. That information, as mentioned in closed, is now public, has been published. And with that, I'll send that back over to Mr. Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you, members of council. So good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. As council is aware, on March 13th, 2026, EHS Alberta formally advised the city of its intent to move toward a new ground ambulance agreement model based on the cost aligned with EHS's Alberta's own service delivery. Their position is that the current agreement provides funding above their cost benchmark, and their perspective is that's not sustainable moving forward. The first option is for the city to accept the EHS contracting model. Under this approach, the city would agree to advance to deliver EMS at the EHS benchmark rate, with any costs above that level becoming the responsibility of the city and ultimately local taxpayers. What is currently being proposed by EHS would reduce the overall funding received to operate the integrated fire and emergency service model. This reduction in contract funding is estimated by EHS to be $2.7 million. Reduction from the existing contract funding and would expose the city to any costs above the EHS benchmark rate within a new long-term agreement. The second option is to decline the EHS costing model. In this scenario, EHS Alberta has indicated it will pursue an alternative service delivery model for the Lethbridge community, which could include a competitive procurement process or a direct provincial delivery. If the city is unsuccessful in the procurement process, or EHS decides to implement direct service delivery, it would result in the divestiture of the EMS services, resulting in an estimated layoff of up to 70 EMS and support staff with one-time costs of up to $600,000. As well as require an increase of $1.1 million, or approximately 0.5% tax increase to fund the $4.6 million of EMS shared costs currently funded through the EMS division. EHS Alberta has requested that the city provide a written response on its preferred approach, with the most recent extension moving the deadline to May 31st, 2026. At that time, they also indicated that an extension of the current agreement may be required to allow sufficient time for negotiations depending on council's direction. It is important to note that both paths carry significant financial implications for the city and our residents. I'll walk council through these implications later in the presentation. One thing I just want to mention that since March 13th, administration has been actively working across multiple departments, including fire and EMS, finance, legal, people and culture, and communications, to assess these options, validate assumptions, and understand the full scope of the impacts. Next slide. So today we'll go through, first of just, I'll go through the agenda. First we have a glossary and definitions. This is obviously, there's a lot of acronyms and information inside here. So for the public, we've provided a glossary and a definition of the integrated fire EMS service, and also what we mean by shared costs. So that will give a little bit of information for the community. If you go to the first, or slide 6. Thank you. So as noted earlier, the Lethbridge has a high level of ambulance availability and advanced clinical response and integrated emergency operations that support timely care for our residents. This slide compares Lethbridge's current ground ambulance services to what could change under the provincial delivery model. Today, we operate 7 full-time ALS ambulances deployed from 5 strategically located stations and with a 99.6 staffing compliance. And I believe actually that is a little bit, actually over 100% with the latest numbers from the Chief Adair in regards to the extra hours that our service puts in. This is supported by our integrated fire EMS model, which allows for coordinated responses and early advanced care. The integration contributes to strong outcomes, including some of the highest cardiac arrest survivability rates in Alberta, along with specialized capabilities like the tactical EMS and advanced hazmat medical support. If service delivery changes, we could see a shift to a mixed ALS-BLS staffing, lower staffing reliability ratio, that is, and provincial determined deployment locations and more frequent out-of-community ambulance redeployments. In short, this is not just funding discussions, it is about how service levels could change for the Lethbridge residents as well. Next slide. So over the next 3 slides, I'll go through and give some of the information and in regards to some statistics that were come from EHS. We did talk to EHS. They have allowed us to provide this information. On this slide, breaks down Lethbridge Fire Emergency Services EMS call volumes by type of event over the past 6 years, which helps illustrate how our ambulances resources are actually being used. Most calls, roughly 3/4 each year, are 911 emergency medical calls, which aligns with the public expectation of EMS services. However, interfacility transfers consistently account for about 14 to 17% of total events, which is a significant portion of our overall workload. These transfers are primarily planned or semi-urgent moves between healthcare facilities and are not necessarily emergency responses. We also see a smaller portion of calls categorized as other, which include third-party requests such as support for fire or police operations. The key takeaway from this slide is that meaningful share of ambulance capacity is being used for non-emergency and system-driven activity rather than frontline 911 response. This becomes important in broader discussions because city taxpayers are subsidizing EMS resources that are regularly pulled away from emergency coverage to meet the provincial system demands. Next slide. This slide looks at the percentage breakdown of EMS events by type, which builds on the call volume data from the previous slide. Over the last 6 years, interfacility transfers consistently represent, once again, that 14 to 17% of EMS events in Lethbridge. While that may appear modest at first glance, these calls are resource intensive and require ambulances to be taken out of frontline emergency coverage. Importantly, 52% of interfacility transfers are non-emergency and 31% only require basic life support level. Only 13% of transfers required advanced life support, which is the level of our city ambulances can provide. This means fully ALS qualified ambulances, subsidized by Lethbridge taxpayers, are frequently being used for non-urgent, lower acuity provincial system needs. The key takeaway is that a meaningful portion of EMS capacity once again is being diverted from 911 response. Next slide. This slide shows the primary locations of 911 and other EMS events. So that subset of when the calls are either other or 911, which is the bulk of the calls. And it clearly demonstrates where Lethbridge ambulances are most often dispatched. So approximately 95% of 911 and other EMS calls occur within the city of Lethbridge. Only 5% of events occur outside of city boundaries. And even with that, Lethbridge County represents less than 2%. This means that Lethbridge Fire Emergency Service Ambulance is dispatched, when it's dispatched, it's almost always responding to a Lethbridge emergency call, if it's not, the transfers that I mentioned before. Regional medical responses are more rare, and local ambulances are overwhelming serving city needs, or as noted earlier, are transporting patients. Regional ambulance service is not a big factor for Lethbridge, as it is for some of the other integrated providers. Next slide. So for over 100 years, the city has recognized the integrated fire and EMS system as an effective way to provide best-in-class care. Since 2009, when EMS moved under provincial jurisdiction, this has been achieved through a contract with EMS, or EHS, formerly Alberta Health Services. In 2014, the agreement was expanded to include a total of 8 ambulances, 4 operating on a 24-hour basis and 4 operating on a 12-hour basis to better meet community demands. Most recently, in March of 2024, the city entered into a 2.5-year agreement with the Alberta Health Services, which is currently set to expire on September 30th of 2026. This most recent agreement expanded to include 10 ambulances, 4 operating on 24 basis and 6 operating at the 12-hour basis. Lethbridge City Council has supported providing this standard service over the years, the integrated model. This involves both EHS partnership as well as an additional municipal funding. So on this, and that goes back to that the $3.5 million of funding subsidy that we currently are funding. Once again, on March 13th, EHS Alberta formally advised the city of its intent to move forward on a new ground ambulance agreement model based on cost alignment with EHS Alberta's own service delivery. Before we move further into the discussion, though, it's important to ground our conversation in the broader governance structure for emergency medical services. As Council is aware, healthcare, and by extension emergency medical services, is the responsibility of the Government of Alberta. Emergency Health Services Alberta, or EHS, operates as a provincial health authority responsible for managing all aspects of EMS system across the province. This includes oversight and delivery of both air and ground ambulance services, interfacility patient transfers, and dispatch operations. EHS also manages services delivery through contracted providers, which includes municipalities like the City of Lethbridge. For many years, the city has maintained a long-standing contractual relationship with AHS and now EHS to provide ground ambulance services to our community. Under this model, the city delivers EMS locally on behalf of the province within a provincially coordinated system. This context is important as it reinforces that while the city plays a key role in service delivery as a contractor, the authority, funding framework, and system design ultimately sit with the province through EHS. Understanding this relationship helps frame the options before Council and the nature of the discussions we're having today. Next slide. On this slide, I wanted to clarify the significance of the renewal notification the city received from Emergency Health Services. On March 26, the city received a formal notice from EHS advising of the intent to pursue renewal discussions under the existing ground ambulance service agreement. This notice was issued broadly to all municipalities that currently deliver integrated EMS services. Importantly, after seeking clarification from EHS, the city was advised that this letter does not confirm renewal terms and does not constitute EHS exercising renewal options under the contract. Instead, the notice intended to formally initiate good faith discussions and potential renewal. Next slide. As directed by Council on March 24th, the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer of the City Manager of the integrated met with the integrated fire EMS municipalities and met with, I guess another way of saying it, the Minister to discuss the province's proposed EHS costing model. At this meeting, the province indicated it continues to support integrated fire EMS models, but it is moving towards a standardized, equity-based funding approach across Alberta. Under this approach, integrated providers like Lethbridge are identified as among, noted to Lethbridge and others, that are identified as among the highest cost EMS service models. In some cases, 25 to 30% higher per ambulance equivalent is what was noted. The province has been clear that it intends to fund 100% of standardized full-time ambulance equivalent benchmark only. Any service level above that benchmark would become a municipal funding decision. The province also outlined a broader system reforms aimed at reducing pressures on EMS, including expanded paramedic scope, fewer unnecessary interfacility transfers, improved dispatch triage, and increased performance transparency starting in 2026. Next slide. At the minister's meeting, there was several concerns raised by municipalities. First, there were concerns related to process and timing. The initial timelines were challenging for planning and analysis, and the province acknowledged that this by extending the deadline to May 31st of 2026. And if council remembers, initially that was March 31st of 2026 from March 13th. Second, municipalities emphasized that financial impact, maintaining current integrated service levels under reduced provincial funding would require increased municipal tax support. Third, there were concerns about workforce stability, I should say, as ongoing uncertainty may affect recruitment and retention of paramedics. Finally, the province confirmed that decisions around fire-based medical first response remain local decisions, particularly if ambulance funding is reduced. As part of the discussion, the province clarified the options now before council of accept the EHS contract model and enter a sole source agreement at the provincial benchmark funding level and maintain enhanced or integrated service levels through municipal cost sharing above the provincial contribution, or decline the EHS costing model and proceed to a competitive procurement process. And notice of intent regarding these options is required by May 31st of 2026. Next slide. Emergency Health Services has provided the city with their new costing model that is based on a standardized full-time ambulance equivalent benchmark, or an FTAE, is the acronym. Under this model, the funding provided to the city is calculated by starting with the full-time ambulance equivalent benchmark and adding the 3-year average of reported bad debts, then subtracting the 3-year average of direct ambulance billing revenues. As outlined in the presentation, the benchmark rates are $1,952,487 for a 24-hour advanced life support ALS ambulance and $1,055,116 for a 12-hour ambulance. When these rates are applied to the number of ambulances operating in Lethbridge, the benchmark cost totals approximately $14.1 million. Adding an estimated 0.4 million or 400,000 of bad debts results in a gross benchmark cost of approximately 14.5 million. From this amount, EHS deducts the 3-year average of direct ambulance billing revenues, estimated at 3.3 million, resulting in a net EHS funding of approximately 11.2 million for 2026 to 2027. Based on this methodology, EHS has notified the city that our current funding exceeds the benchmark by an estimated 2.7 million. EHS has noted that integrated providers are among, once again, the highest cost models And they also noted at the minister's meeting that 19 of 23 of other contracted EMS providers operate below the EHS benchmark across the province. EHS has further stated that any service costs incurred above the net funding provided under this benchmark would be responsibility once again of the municipality and represent a local funding decision. Next slide. So on this slide here, what it depicts is the difference between the city's costing and AHS's costing that I just went through. So Lethbridge Fire and EMS Emergency Services delivers an enhanced level of service through an integrated fire EMS model, which includes medical first response and a higher ambulance staffing ratio. In 2026, the total cost delivering the service was $20.8 million. This compares to the province's equity-based standard funding model, which benchmark of approximately $14.5 million for 7 full-time ambulance equivalents. As a result, the estimated cost gap in 2026 between the city's integrated fire EMS model and the Emergency Health Services equity-based funding benchmark is approximately $6.3 million. This variance is primarily attributable to higher wage and benefit costs of approximately $4.8 million, as well as an additional $1.5 million in non-wage operating costs associated with the LAFS service delivery model. Next slide. And one more, actually. So at this point of the presentation, I want to clearly outline the two options that Emergency Health Services has formally provided the city. And I think what's important for council to realize, these aren't city options. These are the options in that March 13th letter that were provided and even through that minister's meeting once again confirmed. EHS has asked that the city to indicate its preferred approach for future ground ambulance service delivery, and those options are on this slide. The first option for a city is to accept the EHS cost model. Under this approach, the city would agree to deliver EMS services at the provincial benchmark rate, with any costs above the benchmark becoming a municipal responsibility funded by local taxpayers. The second option is to decline the EHS costing model. This would notify EHS that the city does not agree in advance to cover costs above the provincial benchmark, while preserving the city's ability to participate in further negotiations or a competitive procurement process. Each of these options carries very different service, financial, and workforce implications. Over the next several slides, I will walk council through each option in more detail, starting with the benefits and risks of accepting the EHS costing model, followed by the implications of declining it, so council can fully understand the trade-offs before considering the recommended resolution. Next slide. This slide outlines the implications of accepting the EHS costing model. The key benefit of this option that it maintains our current high level of service, including 7 ALS ambulances, 5 stations and near perfect staffing compliance, strong cardiac arrest outcomes, and local deployment control. The trade-off is financial. Accepting the EHS benchmark would require an additional $3.7 million in municipal funding in 2027. Increasing the city's EMS subsidy to $7.2 million, or roughly 1.8% property tax increase. The $3.7 million is made up of the $2.7 million in reduced EHS funding, as well as an estimated $1 million in inflationary pressures. Importantly, this cost gap is projected to grow each year, with inflationary pressures outpacing estimated contract increases, reaching $8 million or over $8 million by 2029, while city taxpayers would continue subsidizing provincial interfacility transfers that make up 14 to 17% of ambulance activity. In short, this option preserves service levels but requires a significant and growing local tax commitment. Next slide. This slide outlines the implications of declining the EHS costing model. Under this option, the city would notify EHS that it does not agree in advance to cover additional costs above the provincial benchmark, while preserving our right to continue negotiations or participate in a competitive procurement process. The primary benefit of this approach is financial and governance-based. It avoids an immediate $3.7 million increase in municipal subsidy, or roughly a 1.8% tax increase, and more closely aligns EMS funding, system design, and service delivery responsibilities with the province. It also preserves the city's ability to determine the appropriate level of fire-based medical first response locally. The trade-offs are primarily related to service and workforce impacts. Moving to a provincial standard may result differences in how ambulances are staffed, lower staffing reliability, provincially determined ambulance locations, and increased out-of-community deployments driven by provincial demand. There is also risk that city may be unsuccessful in the procurement process, or EHS proceeds with direct provincial delivery, which could lead to the divestiture of the EMS division, including potential layoffs of up to 70 EMS and support staff with estimated one-time cost to up to $600,000. If EMS were divesting and maintaining fire-only services, would still require estimated $4.6 million in ongoing municipal funding to cover the shared costs previously funded through the EMS budget in 2027. Currently, the city only has $3.5 million of funding that can be reallocated to cover these ongoing shared costs. This would require municipal tax funding to increase by $1.1 million, or about 0.5% tax increase, to cover the shared fixed costs currently supported through EMS. Next slide. This slide helps explain what we mean by shared costs and why they remain even if EMS is divested and if the city moves to a fire-only service model. Shared costs are fixed costs. They do not disappear simply because EMS operations stop. These are costs that support both fire and EMS and are embedded across the organization. In Lethbridge, these shared costs include items such as facilities and station expenses, supplies, radio and communications equipment, training and staffing that support both services, including 13 firefighter positions and additional positions funded through insurance recoveries. They also include corporate and operational supports that are required for fire services, regardless of whether EMS remains as part of the organization. The key takeaways is that even under the fire-only model, these shared fixed costs estimated at $4.6 million must still be funded, creating ongoing financial pressure that Council needs to consider when evaluating this option. So next slide. This slide brings the two options together and highlights the immediate financial impacts in 2027. If the city accepts the EHS costing model and maintains fire EMS service, the city would face an estimated ongoing tax pressure of $3.7 million in 2027, which equates to approximately 1.8% property tax increase. This reflects the increase in the EMS subsidy from $3.5 million today to $7.2 million under the EHS benchmark. If the city declines the EHS costing model and EMS is ultimately divested, the city will still face an estimated $1.1 million ongoing tax pressure in 2027, or about 0.5% tax increase to fund the $4.6 million of ongoing shared fixed costs that remain under a fire-only service model. In addition, under the divestiture scenario, there would be one-time transition costs of up to $0.6 million or $600,000 in 2027 related to EMS layoffs and transition activities. Next slide. Both options have financial impacts in 2027. The difference is the scale, controllability, and long-term trajectory of those financial impacts. What the slide is showing in front of you is that under the accepting the EHS model, as it goes on in periods, that cost will continue to grow. It goes from 6.3 to 7.2 to 7.7 to 8.1. The fire-only model goes to 4.5, 4.6, 4.8, and 5 million. So there is a difference there, and currently what we have in our budget is that green line, which is 3.5 million of a subsidy amount that goes against that. So when you look at the accepting the offer, that would be an additional 3.7 million to get to that top portion in 2027, escalating up to 4.6 million by 2029. Next slide. This slide translates the impacts we've discussed into what it means for the average single-family household. Based on a 2026 assessed property value of $389,600, the average municipal tax bill is approximately $3,019 as of today. Council would have seen that on Tuesday as part of the package that came before that amount. In 2027, this estimated operating budget increase would add about $78 per year Now that is the inflationary cost and all the discussion we had earlier today in regards to the pressures that we're seeing. And it's also assuming that all the budget reduction initiatives that are coming forward in May would be approved. And accepting the EHS costing model would add further $54 per year for EMS. Taken together, that would bring the municipal tax bill to approximately $3,151 per year for 2027 for the average household. Now, once again, this is municipal taxes. This doesn't include education taxes or green acre taxes on it. As well, the other thing to keep in mind in both scenarios, that water and wastewater will also have pressures. So we're estimating to have a utility bill annual increase of approximately $100 per each year for the increases on the CIP projects if approved for those projects. Looking ahead, additional operating pressures include deferred transit funding, stormwater and other services costs, and minimum CPI increase of around 2 to 3%, which is very low and would not include any council initiatives or growth requirements, are estimated to add $219 per year by 2028 and $309 per year by 2029, with EMS portion increasing to $67 per year by 2029. It is important to note that these amounts do not include any increases to the provincial education, as I mentioned. They also do not, or I already mentioned that. If council approves the upcoming capital projects as well, it doesn't include those, the 100 that I mentioned before as well too. The key takeaway is that the EMS decision compounds alongside other unavoidable cost pressures households are already facing. Next slide. If the city declines the EHS costing model and is not successful in the procurement process and moves to a fire-only service, the ongoing tax increase is lower. In 2027, the estimated operating budget increase would still be about $78 per year. That doesn't change. And fire-only model would be a further $17 per year. Taken together, that would bring the municipal tax bill to approximately $3,114. In this model, the fire-only model would increase by $23 per year by 2029 and minimum tax increase of $309 for other operating expenditures for a total increase of $3,351. It is important to note that these amounts do not include any increases. I've already said that, so I'm not going to go into that. The same criteria is on this. They don't include the education and green acres, and they don't include the other things that will be council decisions when it comes to the water and utilities. Next slide. So accepting the model would result in an immediate $3.7 million increase in municipal subsidies in 2027 compared to an estimated $1.1 million increase under a fire-only scenario, and would create an unstable and escalating funding requirement. The city subsidy is projected to rise from $7.2 million in 2027 to $7.7 million in 2028 and $8.1 million in 2029, driven by inflationary pressures and declining provincial contract funding under the EHS benchmark. This ongoing escalation of costs is projected to be consistently more costly, requiring local taxpayers to increasingly backfill EMS funding, while EMS resources regularly are redirected for emergency response to provide provincial interfacility transfers. Therefore, administration recommends that council decline the EHS costing model. Declining the EHS costing model avoids the immediate $3.7 million in municipal funding increase, approximately that 1.8% property tax, and reduces the risk of the cost increase to an estimated $1.1 million increase under a fire-only scenario if the city is not successful in the procurement process. It also aligns EMS funding responsibility and system design with the province and preserves the city's ability to determine the appropriate level of fire-based medical first response locally in the future. Next slide. Based on the analysis and information presented this afternoon, administration recommended resolution is as follows: that council direct city manager to formally notify Emergency Health Services Alberta that the city of Lethbridge does not agree in advance to cover any additional costs associated with the new EMS ground ambulance service agreement while preserving the city's right to participate in further negotiations and or requests for proposals process. In addition, administration is recommending that council direct the city manager to notify Emergency Health Services Alberta that the city does not agree to extend the current EMS ground ambulance service agreement beyond the scheduled expiry on September 30th, 2026. This resolution reflects Ministry of Recreation to decline the DHS costing model, avoiding locking the city into an escalating and uncertain financial commitment, and ensure that council retains flexibility as the province determines its future approach to EMS service delivery. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Actually, we're going to go on to those that are registered to speak. So those are registered to speak, and we'll ask questions after. So to my colleagues, we do have registered speakers here. In order of request, Mr. Brent Nunweiler, President of IFF Local 237. If you please come to the mic.
Ready for me? Okay. Mayor and Council, I'll be honest, I don't really want to be here today. You've given me 5 minutes to try and sell, sorry, not you, but I've been given 5 minutes to try and sell a system that's been saving lives in this community for 114 years, a nearly impossible task. I do thank you for the opportunity. I am Brent Nunweiler, President of Lethbridge Firefighters, IFF Local 237. I've had an opportunity to meet most of you through either the election or afterwards, so thank you for that. I've been a part of these seamless life-saving teams for over 20 years, and I can speak firsthand to how this system works when every second counts. But more importantly, in the last month alone, on 2 separate occasions, this system has saved the lives of 2 of my own family members. To those here today that did CPR on my family last week for over 45 minutes, thank you. She is expected to make a full recovery. This is not a want for this city, this is a need. This isn't just about my family. Others here today you'll hear from would simply not be here without the coordination of our integrated system. For someone in cardiac arrest, that coordination is the thin line between a recovery and a tragedy. When a heart stops, there is no time to wait for a distant provider. The current integrated system is why these people are still alive today. Despite these results, EHS makes bold claims about efficiency and maintained levels of care. These are 2 claims they cannot back up with data, and are 2 claims our community and decision makers should be paying very close attention to. EHS claims a provincial model is more efficient. The data says otherwise. In 2024, as you saw, Lethbridge Fire and EMS filled 100% of our contracted hours, logging over 61,000 hours. We didn't miss a single shift. Provincial and private models are currently shutting down ambulances 20 to 40% of the time due to staffing shortages. Look at Calgary on August 23rd, 2025. A major metro center was only 58% staffed. That's nearly half of their fleet sitting empty while people wait for help. Their claim of efficiency is a mirage. To even attempt to keep trucks on the road, Edmonton is paying nearly 10% of their total hours worked in overtime. I didn't see any overtime costs in your calculation, sir. I'm guessing that's not being used in their calculation. In Calgary alone last year, the overtime bill equated to nearly $1.1 million a month. This isn't efficient. It's an expensive, failing attempt to cover a system in crisis. EHS also promises maintained service levels, but in reality, in just 1 month last year, units were downgraded from advanced life support to basic life support over 800 times in Edmonton and 600 times in Calgary. To be clear, BLS downgrade means you are getting a lower level of care. And this isn't just 1 month. It happens over and over again, month after month. You are getting less trained practitioners responding to your emergency. In Lethbridge, our downgrade count was nearly 0, if not 0. We have never compromised the level of care. Moving to an EHS benchmark is a choice to accept a lower standard of care that is already failing our provincial neighbours. I want to be clear, we have deep respect for our fellow practitioners working across this province, but we feel for them because they are working in a failing system that doesn't give them the tools or staffing they need to be successful. Our system works. It has worked for 114 years. A change means fewer ambulances. A change means less trained practitioners. A change means greater gaps in the system. A change means lives will be lost. Mayor Higgin, you have mentioned in the past that Council's #1 priority is public safety. We have an opportunity to do what our community expects and deserves. Public safety has to come before bureaucracy. Cutting these costs in this type of crisis will cost lives. And I just wanted to add a few extra points, if you don't mind. We talked about the community satisfaction survey. In 2025, 92% were satisfied with safety and emergency services. But if we rewind a little further back into 2022 and the community satisfaction surveys that were done previously, they actually pulled ambulance services out of those surveys, and ambulance was ranked the top most important program and service provided by the city in 2022. In 2025, it was lumped into that group of emergency services. The same can be said for 2018 and the previous surveys that were done. I do have a question. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask a question or get an answer, Mayor, but the other option that was kind of glazed over quite quickly was the ability to extend this contract to enter into active negotiations. That wasn't one of the two recommendations or options given to Council. Option 1 was stay in the business and accept their benchmark, and option 2 was to decline. We believe that there is a third option, that it's extend the current 2.5-year extension and enter into active negotiations. I didn't see that as an option for you, but I do believe that should be an option, or at least considered. An additional question I have is around the $2.7 million. They say it's an additional $1.1 million in inflationary costs. I'm just wondering what those inflationary costs are and what EHS is providing in their benchmark as inflationary.
And those are questions that we can ask to our administration after. Thank you.
And then if my math is correct, 1.8% municipal tax increase to stay in the business, 0.5% tax increase to get out of the business. We're talking about a 1.3% difference for 2027, and then depending on what those inflationary rates look like that you guys are using for your numbers for 27, 28, and 29, and what is being offered by EHS, I'd like to just confirm on that, what those look like. But essentially, we're talking about a 1.3% tax increase to continue with a system we've been running for 114 years that saved 2 of my family members, that saved members who are in the audience today, and that we've been providing flawlessly for over a century. So that's it for my presentation. If you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Nunwaller. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. We'll get through those that are speaking, and then we'll go through to questions. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I have registered Mr. Mike Carter, IAFF 6th District Vice President.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the ability to be here today, Mayor and Council. Mike Carter, 6th District Vice President, as was mentioned. So I cover Western Canada and sit on the IFF Executive Board down in Washington, D.C., but I am a homeowner in Lethbridge. I have 2 sons that live in the area and a firefighter in Calgary. I think, to be frank, you are being left with an impossible position because of the position the provincial government is giving you. And that is not fair to you, and you're having to make very difficult decisions. The people behind you provide a world-class service that is demonstratedly saving lives. And as elected officials, as you mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, your #1 priority is to make these tough decisions. But not to make these tough positions solely on the fiscal responsibility, but a community responsibility. You heard my brother, President Nunwauer, speak about the importance of emergency services in your community. You heard on how community members are willing to pay tax rates to support that. Over 50% of your community is willing to do so. And if you look at the numbers, and I tried to capture them as they went by, when you talk and you break that down, and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel has asked for actual dollar figures, when you break down the percentages that are projections, that are not firm numbers for ongoing years, you're talking about, in 2027, $3 a month per household, roughly, $3.08. In 2028, or 2027, sorry, 2028, $3.42, and then $3.67 to make sure your family's protected. We need to make sure we're looking at this holistically, and I would encourage Council to consider the third option, to extend it for some period of time, Partner with your other stakeholders, including other mayors, other communities, other stakeholders, go back to the province and make them own that responsibility. If you look at their budget, they've allocated $804 million in 2026-27 to improving ambulance service. $804 million, and that's for the next 2 years in addition to that, totaling over $2 billion. Where is that money going, and why are they putting a burden on your citizens for this differential? There's got to be money there. They haven't engaged you, they haven't engaged in negotiations. They need to do that rather than downloading it to you, that's downloading to the people in this room. That's not acceptable, and it shouldn't be acceptable for anybody here and anybody in your community. So with that, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. We hope you consider those options and buy yourself some time, protect your communities, and do the right thing for everybody in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Next registered speaker is Ms. Dorothy Graham.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, neighbors, friends. Thank you so much for hearing from me today. I would like to speak about the spring of 2020, when I was working at a local coffee shop and a customer in the store went into cardiac arrest. At the direction of 911 dispatch, I performed CPR while an ambulance was sent. When the ambulance and fire truck arrived, a symphony of events unfolded. I was relieved from doing chest compressions by one paramedic. Another paramedic began getting a story of what had happened. Another paramedic was attaching a monitor to the customer to check their heart. Another paramedic was placing a breathing tube into the customer's airway. Another paramedic began drawing up and administering medications. After 20 minutes of resuscitative efforts, the customer's pulse returned, and they were safely transported to Chinook Regional Hospital. Days after that, I learned that they would make a full recovery, a rare occurrence in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. This event changed the trajectory of my life. I wanted to become a part of that symphony. I would go on to study paramedicine with one goal in mind, to work for Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services. And 2 years ago, that dream came true. So now I work on the other side of this emergency as a paramedic and firefighter. I know what it means to have 4 more pairs of hands. I know what it means to have over 100 years of combined EMS experience in the room. The treatments are the same, no matter the number of resources that you have. Each of those steps has to happen, regardless of how many paramedics attend. Our combined fire and EMS means that my patients have better outcomes. It means better odds of full recovery from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. It means that I might get to be a paramedic for more years because there is rarely more that I could have done. Our integrated service in Lethbridge wants to give the citizens of Lethbridge everything that can be done. As you've heard, Lethbridge's integrated fire and ambulance service model is 114 years old. What you may not know is why. Lethbridge's citizens had had enough of Galt's hospital ambulance service when in 1910, a worker at Ellison Milling was severely injured and trapped in milling equipment. His condition worsened due to a long wait for the ambulance to arrive. In June of 1912, the Lethbridge Fire Department took over the Lethbridge ambulance service from Galt Hospital. And so began what is now one of North America's longest running integrated services. Flash forward over 100 years, and the stories that we hear of ambulance-only services in the province today are not so different. Stories of long response times, millions of dollars spent on overtime hours, and ambulances shut down due to insufficient staffing. And we've mentioned this earlier this afternoon, that they say those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Let's do what's best for the people of Lethbridge now, as we did then, and help us keep our citizens safe by supporting integrated fire and EMS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Graham. Next on the list of registered speakers, Caleb Nelson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Caleb Nelson, and I'm the current EMS supervisor for B Platoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have worked in EMS in Alberta for the past 10 years across very different systems, including private, provincial, and combined fire and EMS services. From that experience, I can clearly say the current Lethbridge Fire EMS model is the strongest emergency service I have worked in. The strength of this system is teamwork. Fire and EMS crews in Lethbridge train together, respond together, understand each other's roles when critical calls happen. We are not guessing, we are using a proven system that works, a system backed by 114 years of service, experience, trust in this community. I've personally seen patients survive because of the teamwork between fire and EMS. I have seen patients walk out of the hospital because crews work together in those first most critical minutes that matter. Those patients are not statistics. Those are family members, neighbors, co-workers, and citizens of Lethbridge. Lethbridge has built a system that puts patients first. It gives EMS crews support when they need it. It brings trained professionals to the scene quickly. It provides patient care, public safety, and crew safety. What's at risk? My concern with changing providers is simple. The public will pay the cost. My new providers can make big promises. They can talk about efficiencies, savings, improved services, but promises do not treat patients. Promises do not provide backup on critical calls. Promises do not replace trained crews who already know how to work together under pressure. I started my career in a system that failed to provide frontline support. I have been the paramedic calling for help. Calling for help in the critical times when nobody was available to come. I have stood beside the dying patient, knowing more help was needed, and none could happen, and none was coming in a timely manner. This is not a theory. This is not political. This is my lived experience. When emergency services are understaffed and stretched to the thin line in the name of efficiencies, patient care suffers. What may look like savings on paper become real consequences on the street. In EMS, those consequences are measured in response times, patient outcomes, and lives. As public servants, you have a duty to protect the city and the people who live in it. That duty must come before promises for any outside provider. It must come before cost-saving language. It must come before taking apart a system that is already proven to work. Proper staffing saves lives. Training saves lives. Teamwork saves lives. And reliable backup saves lives. From my experience, the current Lethbridge Fire EMS model works. It supports crews. It protects the public, but most importantly, it protects the patient. I am asking you, Council, to protect the team, staffing, local knowledge, and proven emergency response system that currently exists in Lethbridge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next registered speaker, Mr. Tony Days.
Good evening. So for me, this isn't a policy speech. It's not abstract. It's not numbers on a page. It's not lines in a budget. For me, this is personal because I shouldn't be standing here today. 6 years ago, I suffered a massive heart attack while playing hockey at Cavendish Arena. No warning, no time to prepare. One moment I was fine, the next I'd collapsed in a small bathroom stall fighting for my life. And then help arrived. First, 2 paramedics in an ambulance, and right behind them, 5 more paramedics in a fire truck. 7 highly trained professionals, all focused on one thing, and that was to keep me alive. I lost consciousness. My heart went into ventricular fibrillation, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. Each time my heart stopped doing its job, and each time they had to bring me back. They shocked me. They performed CPR. They worked on me for almost 30 minutes in a cramped, unforgiving, tiny bathroom stall. If you've ever seen CPR, you know it's not gentle. It's physically exhausting. It takes strength, it takes precision, and it takes relentless focus. And it's not something 1 or 2 people can sustain effectively for a long period of time. But that day, they didn't have to, because there were 7 of them. They took turns. They supported each other. Each one brought different skills, different experiences, and different perspectives. Now, because the bathroom stall was so small, they had to take turns. Each and every one kept rotating in and out, and in and out. While some were doing compressions, others were preparing medications, coordinating the next steps, and encouraging each other. You see, it wasn't just more hands, it was more knowledge. It was more capability. It was more resilience, and that made all the difference. They didn't just keep me alive long enough to get me to the hospital, they stabilized me. They gave me a fighting chance before I ever saw an ER doctor. And that is what an integrated ambulance and fire service looks like in real life. It's not duplication. It's not inefficiency. It's survival. There are discussions happening about changing that system, about separating services, about doing things differently. But I want to be very clear about something. When you are the one lying on the floor, when your heart has stopped, when you have a wife and 3 young kids, and when every second matters, you don't care about organizational charts. All you care about is how many skilled people walk through that door and how fast they can get there. Because if that fire truck hadn't arrived when it did, if it had just been 2 paramedics doing everything they could, but without relief, without backup, I firmly believe I would not be here today. And I'm not being dramatic. That's reality. 7 people saved my life. 7. I am deeply grateful to every single one of those paramedics who showed up that day, from the ambulance and from the fire truck. They didn't see 2 different services. They worked as a team. And because of that, I'm still here. So as decisions are being made about the future of emergency services, I simply ask one thing. Remember the patient on the floor. Remember that sometimes the difference between life and death isn't just skill, but it's support. And remember that integration doesn't just make sense on paper. It makes sense because it saves lives. I cannot stress this enough. When we talk about integrated services, we're not just talking about logistics. We're talking about outcomes. We're talking about giving people like me a second chance at life. We're talking about families not losing a husband, a father, a son, or a friend. We're talking about whether someone gets to stand here and tell their story, or where somebody else tells it for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Days. That's all for the registered speakers. I do have some others here. Mr. Bob Wright.
Well, I did not expect to feel the emotions that are coming up here. My name's Rob Wright. I'm just a guy. I'm not a firefighter like these men and women. Anyway, I didn't come here even expecting to speak, but I signed up when I got here. I had a little bit that I was going to say, and I'm scrapping that. This, for my property taxes, I'm lucky enough maybe to live in a house that has a little higher taxes than some other people. This is going to cost me $130 a year difference, 180 up. If we go with the option one, $50 up if it's option two. For $130, I've got 3 or 4 visas in my pocket. Take your pick. Put me down for the next 20 years. For $130, that's the reality, guys. $130 a year to save the system that we've got. It's one of the best in Canada, North America, I don't know, maybe even the world. We've got something special here, guys. And if it goes away, it's not going to come back. Okay, give it till fall. With a little bit of luck, we'll get some sanity up in Edmonton. We'll get a different crew in there that'll have a different outlook. We've heard the expression buying a little bit of time a few times here this afternoon in the various presentations. Get yourself a year. Get a sane group of people up in Edmonton. And I have every belief in the world that we can strike some sort of a better deal. And even if we don't, take my damn $130. All right, we've got something good here. Let's not wreck it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Next, I have Ms. Mundell Atherstone.
Doctor. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I'm Bev Mundell Atherstone. I'm Chair of Lethbridge and Area Friends of Medicare. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of municipal financing of the integrated model of firefighters and paramedics, which is the jewel of North America. And they're here. Those who are not out saving people. Lethbridge has operated this North America's longest standing integrated fire and emergency medical service, EMS, since 1912. This model ensures high-speed, high-quality care with all ambulances in service 99% of the time. Now, the fact that the provincial government demands that municipalities cover the funding differences or move to other providers is part of their systematic downgrading of Alberta's public health care services and is a significant threat to public health care. The first speaker mentioned the lower stats of private providers with greater downtime in some of our other cities. This intentional, mean-spirited plan by the provincial government has taken away funding from municipalities on a regular basis while piling increased funding needs onto municipalities. Certainly you are between a rock and a hard place. Giving the city only 2 options is an impossible situation, just like the second speaker said. The model we have here is credited with saving lives, as you have heard from others, through the fast intervention in critical situations like heart attacks and high-risk scenes. Those working within the integrated model in emergencies argue that changing this system threatens public safety And you have heard from firefighters today, PM and paramedics, right here. Cost cutting at a time when Alberta is anticipating a windfall of high oil prices seems absolutely unnecessary, as the Alberta government, by its own admission, expects royalty revenues that may reduce the 2025-26 deficit or even balance the budget. So the reason for this cut is unacceptable. Remember, our province models breaking up our Alberta public health care. First, they say it costs too much, and we've heard that today. Then they reduce the service or give you two horrible options. They break it. Then they bring in private providers who provide most costly service and provide costly service by giving you less service. If the province continues its refusal to fund Lethbridge's absolutely necessary and star world-class model of integrated paramedics and firefighters, it should be funded by the City of Lethbridge because this service proves it saves lives. Who wouldn't want to spend more money on their taxes to save a member of their own family's life? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mundell Atherstone. I'll ask, that's all that are registered, but I'll ask if there's anyone else and member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter. If you please come to the mic and state your name just so we make sure we have that information. Thank you.
Hi there, Mayor and Council. My name is Wendy Sabin, and I'm here to speak in support of keeping Lethbridge's joint fire and EMS model. 4 years ago, almost to the week, my parents and my husband and I moved here to Lethbridge. We are excited to start a new chapter here. It felt like a fresh beginning for all of us. But just 1 week after we arrived here, everything changed. My dad suffered a heart attack. In that moment, nothing else mattered except getting help and getting it fast. Fire and EMS responded together. Because of that coordinated response, my dad regained consciousness, and it took all 5 of the paramedics working together to safely get him down the stairs, out the door, and onto a stretcher. He lived long enough for our family, spread across Canada and the United States, to come together to be with him to say goodbye. That time mattered. It meant everything to us. Without that rapid, integrated response, and without enough trained people on scene, we may not have had that chance. When people talk about systems and budgets and restructuring, it can feel abstract. But for families like mine, this isn't abstract. It's deeply personal. This is about moments that you can never get back. The joint fire and EMS model works because it brings the right people with the right training to a scene as quickly as possible. It maximizes response time, coordination, and ultimately outcomes. You're not just deciding on a model, you're deciding how quickly help arrives when someone's life is on the line. You're deciding whether families get a few more moments, a few more words, a chance to hold a hand one last time, like my entire family was afforded. You have the power to decide what kind of response families in the city will receive on the worst day of their lives. Please don't take away the system that gave my family time, dignity, and a chance to say goodbye. Please keep Lethbridge's joint fire and EMS model. Thank you. Wendy Sabin.
With Sabin, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the community? Please come forward and state your name.
My son's one of these paramedics that's here, and I'm here to speak from a personal perspective. 9 years ago, my dad suffered a major stroke. Ambulances were busy, And the fire engines showed up first. Of course, they all had paramedics. They gave my dad the care that he needed until the paramedics arrived. Now, cutting this service, you talked about $600,000 to lay off 70 people. What did it cost to train those 70 people? Right? There's some costs involved there. And I can tell you from experience, I have a friend who's a Calgary police officer. They wait for ambulances for 40 minutes and have to transport people themselves to the hospital. Is that a system we want here? I don't think so. And I'm willing to pay that extra money on my taxes. Sure, people might not be, but I think it's a great system that we need to keep here.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. Anyone else who wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hey.
My name is Brendan Pine, Vice President of Local 237, IFF Local 237. I wasn't going to talk, I'm not elegant or anything like that. 33 years ago, I was stabbed in the heart at a high school dance. No one up here knows when you're going to need an ambulance, and when you need an ambulance, you want the best. Here we are today. I work for the best service on the planet. I love it. And 6 years ago, I was with Mr. Tony Days doing CPR on him in the bathroom. So it's come full circle. I love this job. It means the world to me. And everybody here, there were 70 of us here earlier. And I wish I could all be here. And I respect every one of them. And we all love this job, and we all love to give to the community. And please take the time to think this through and negotiate with the province. We all deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a presentation? Again, is there anyone else who wishes to make a presentation on this? Seeing none, I'll turn the time over to questions. I do have a question for Mr. City Manager's designate, Mr. Matthews. I heard a few questions right at the beginning from Mr. Nunweiler, and one in particular that is a question that I have asked, and it comes to the contract that was offered. I believe it's a two and a half year, whatever that was offered, to extend this. Could you give some background as to what you know about that and how that works?
So thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Constable, who will walk you through what that 2.5 year extension letter. You might want to, Mr. Weston, just bring back that slide onto the screen. I believe that's what you're referring to. Mayor Higgin, is one more back, I believe it is. A couple more back. There's actually a letter inside right there. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. So there are two provisions in the contract for a renewal. The first provision is for a full renewal for a sole source contract for a long-term contract. EHS has publicly stated that if municipalities agree to the EHS benchmark cost, then it will begin negotiations for a new long-term renewal. The 2.5 year of what I'll refer to as an extension is a different renewal provision, which allows EHS to request that the current agreement be extended for another 2.5 years, subject to any agreement about funding. It is city administration's understanding that if the city rejects the EHS benchmark costs, but accepts the extension, there will be no further negotiations, and EHS will move forward to either implementing a direct delivery model or going to the request for proposals process. Also, I would like to add that it is city administration's understanding that even though the renewal option is for 2.5 years, it is city administration's understanding that EHS does not intend to have the full extension piece in place. This is based off of EHS's own media releases and press releases, where they have indicated that it is their intention and goal to have the procurement process and new contracts and direct delivery in place between April of 2027 and September 30th of 2027. So city administration anticipates that any municipality that accepts the extension would likely be then served with an early termination notice in line with when EHS has a new service provider or an EHS direct delivery ready to be put into place.
Thank you. And further to that, there's understanding that I think we all realize that this is passed down from the provincial government as far as the additional funding that they want to and give to a community. Not always dollars. I totally get it, understand. But now if the provincial government was to reach out and want to collaborate on this ambulance service, no matter what the decision is today, is that something administration would obviously be prepared to do? I'm hoping it's a rhetorical question, but I'd like to hear that.
Short answer, yes.
What's a long answer? Gerald?
Yeah, you bet. So thank you, Mayor Higgin. So of course, as Manager Barley noted, if all of a sudden they wanted to negotiate, we would definitely be willing to do that. One of the reasons on the recommendation to decline is because it will, they will, that's a possibility that it will actually, for negotiations and of course RFP process. So if they're interested, we're more than interested.
Okay, thank you for that. As I see no further questions or no one in the queue here, I'll just continue on here. So, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Campbell.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I also asked another question about a third option. Was that what you were referring to?
Yeah, I was going to continue actually if I didn't have somebody pop in.
That's all I was just going to say. If you can answer his question, if you can, he was just wondering about, there's two options that we've got, but is there a third? And could we look for a third?
Well, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Campbell, for that. So the two options that we're doing here is the options that we were provided by EHS. So EHS in the letter on March 13th that we received only gives us two options. When we met with the minister as well and had discussions with them, they once again noted that there's only two options, either accept it or decline it. Their piece, and we have to do that and formally notify them before the end of this month. So there isn't from the EHS's point of view, there isn't a third option. There is the two they brought before us, and those are the two that we've assessed on it. Now I understand that I think what Mr. Neuweiler is referring to is is there something else? I think that was part of the answer that for the past question here from Ms. Constable and the mayor, and asking about the contract and so forth. This piece. We don't believe that there is any other option on the table, and nor have they suggested otherwise.
And one of the last things here too is overtime costs. You heard the question about overtime costs. Could you share if that is part of what the numbers you have?
On both things. So what I'll share is so one of the things that we did between March 13th and now, we've been working with EHS administration to ask a number of questions on the pro forma pieces that they provided to us, or their model, I guess EHS model, in regard to it. What it does do, just for clarification on that, they take all of their costs associated within the whole province for their service delivery, their provincial service delivery, and divide that out by total units. It does include overtime, they've told us. I don't have that exact number. It is not down to that level. They tell me frontline components, and they say that it has both, of course, benefits and also overtime within that. I think also Mr. Neuweiler was asking in regards to on the city side, if our has it. Well, our costs are based on the total budgeted cost that we have already in our system, which we break apart, and as part of the reporting pieces that we do to required under the agreement that goes back to EHS on a quarterly basis. So it does include overtime inside of that. I think there was also another question in regards to inflationary pieces. What I can say is on the EHS side. They did provide us some of their inflationary pieces, which if you bear with me for 1 second here, I'm just going to bring up my note on that. Bear with me 1 second here, there we go. So what they have, their benchmark models, that 1.9 million, if you look at the 24-hour ambulance, actually includes within it increased benchmark as a result of further understanding of the compensation-based increases and each of the 3% inflationary increases for the 24, 25, 25, 26, as well as market adjustments for PCP and ACP and increases to supervisory costs. So I think from that point of view, they've included within that. So we got what that means is when they gave us an initial amount, and then after discussions, they came back because we had asked those questions, and they came back with a higher amount for the services that were reflective of those rates. For the City of Lethbridge, we'd have to go into closed because obviously me giving any sort of budgetary estimate, but what I can say, there is budgetary estimates inside of our costing model. That's why you see those going up, as Ms. Newell asked. But we'd have to go into closed session because obviously that would affect contract negotiations on our side.
Thank you for that. And I do have folks now in the queue. My colleagues, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, and I'm careful how to ask this question, Mr. Matthews, but we've been a contractor now to the province since 2009, so 17 years. So prior to that, we ran the service and managed it ourselves. So a couple of questions. As a contractor, can we actually verify the accuracy of any of the numbers the province gives us?
The short answer to that is no. So it's a little bit different. It's the other way around. So they can request the information from ourselves, and under our agreement, we provide quarterly our information. The difference on the other way around, they don't have to. We have been asking, and they have provided information to us, but it doesn't go both ways in those kind of as a contractor.
And in 2009, when they took it over that time, they chose to go to this, what they call the borderless EMS system. Can you explain, or can someone explain what that is and how it affects the service?
I will reach out for call a friend and to get Chief Adair to come up and speak to that.
Thank you for that question. The borderless system that EHS, or previously AHS, has introduced into our system means that we respond to the closest ambulance response to that next call. It doesn't matter if it's a Calgary ambulance that happens to be in our city doing a return transfer. If they are the closest ambulance to the call and they would respond to that call. So it's a borderless system, which means when we are in Calgary, and we are in Calgary frequently, and there's a call that comes up and we're the closest ambulance, we will respond. So it's not confined to the community as we used to do. Prior to 2009, we didn't do EMS calls in Calgary. Since 2009, we have.
And I know this is a long time ago, and you were certainly not chief back in 2009. But prior to 2009, were we running our ambulance service within the funds that we had given at a reasonable rate?
I'm thinking Chief Adair is looking back at me in this way. So, and I was involved originally in the contract negotiations back in 2009. Well, not 2009, 2011 to 2014. But I believe for a period of time in there, we were getting funded for that amount. I don't know where that line officially crossed over, where the subsidy came in from the municipal component. I suspect if it was around that 2014, 2015 time period, or maybe even earlier. I do recollect at the time we always had a graph in there saying that, at some point it's going to cross that line where the cost escalations on our side would exceed the funding that was coming back to them based on their formula.
So in short, was it or wasn't it?
It was in the beginning. but I don't know where
No,
it
I mean
crossed over.
pre-2009, before,
Oh,
before
during
the province took it over.
Sorry.
Were we as a municipality running our ambulance service in an effective, efficient manner within the budget of the city?
I would say yes.
That's what I would say too. So what the province did is this is not a question, so the province created a system that has become eternally expensive and keeps expecting municipalities to pay for it, even though they're the ones who created the system that costs too much. Never mind, that's not a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rambo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody who came and presented and spoke today. It's very much appreciated. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager or designate, has EHS provided us with any information on their proposed response time, and what can we expect those changes to look like throughout the city?
I'm not aware of that, and I'm not sure if Chief Adair, if you have anything on that one to answer.
Yeah, certainly in the discussions we had with EHS, they said the service level will be the same. That is the response that they've provided us.
So while we see, and in some of the research I've done, we have a 6-minute response time within the city of Lethbridge. At least that was 2022 data.
Correct. Our actually response targets that we meet here within our service exceeds that of AHS. I guess model. They have a 9 to 10 minute response average, and we are exceeding that currently within our system at about 6.5 minutes.
Okay, because when I looked up theirs, they were looking at a 15-minute response time, and we were at a 6-minute response time. At least that's what the research showed me when I looked that up earlier.
Yes, our response time is exceeding theirs.
Okay, and then a follow-up question on that. What has EHS, and this to you, Chief Adair, or to anybody else, since we don't have EHS here to answer our questions, what has EHS done to reduce their interfacility transfer costs and times? We know that that takes our service out of the city quite often, and it reduces our service here. So what's EHS done to address this as an issue for us or any other municipality?
Certainly in our community, we do 1,000 we do about 3,900 interfacility transfers a year within our service. What has EHS done in other communities, such as Central Alberta? They've actually brought in an interfacility transfer division that stands alone outside of the contract to provide 911 services for their community. They have not done that here within our community. There have been discussions with them in the past to see if there is that opportunity. We believe that that would be a good service, that if we could bring that down into our community, but nothing at this time.
Okay, so part of some of the issues that we're facing is that they're not helping us out to start with. Final question, and this to the city manager. Have we had any discussions with our surrounding regional municipalities about the potential of forming a regional model?
Not about the potential of forming a regional model. We floated that past EHS to see if it was of interest, and their short response back was there had been no discussions. It did not appear to be something that was on their radar for consideration.
Okay, but that's something that we might undertake on our own and then take back to them.
If there was direction from council, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to touch base on the 3,900 interfacility transfers that come out are obviously non-emergent, correct, Mr. Chief Adair?
Well, there is a combination. We will do emergent long-distance transfers. So if there is a serious patient in emergency or in CRH and they need to go up to Edmonton or a tertiary care unit, we will take those. Those are considered e-calls or emergency calls. So we do those. But we also do a significant number of transfers that are not non-emergent.
And so of those 3,900, I mean, not that we need to know a percentage, are those all integrated folks that do round that up currently in the current model?
Yeah, in our current model, all of the people on transfers are staff from our integrated service, yes.
And I'm asking this because it was, I appreciate you mentioning that, and because I was coming down from Calgary here a few weeks ago and we had this conversation, and I passed by 3 of our ambulances, which is really frustrating to see them out of the city when I know we've got the best service and it's integrated. and they're gone. And now they are, and I get a call from one of my colleagues that they're responding to a call in Calgary and here and there. So we've got a service that is now, which is fine. All of you are sworn to keep everybody safe, and it doesn't matter if it's in your community, wherever that may be. So that's great that we have those folks that can do that. Now, the flip side to it, I've also heard that if ours are gone, and if we do need someone to come in from another community, with the borderless system, we could have a regular, I'm saying regular, that's not right to say, but let's be honest, it's not non-integrated, come in their ambulance service from what I've seen and what I've heard. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. That actually happens today. We will have a Coaldale unit responding to a call because for two reasons. We're a borderless system, so if Coaldale's in our community and they're the closest unit, they would respond. But further to that, we get busy. Our men and women are busy doing EMS calls. And as you've heard, we have 10 ambulances on during the peak time. But there are times when we have more than 10 EMS calls going on in our city at any given time. And those calls will be responded or could be responded to by an outside community. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Adair, for being willing to answer some of these questions. One of the things, when we're looking at something like this, we've been bitten in the past about unintended consequences we haven't thought through when we've made certain changes or when changes have been made. What have you seen in other places where they have separated ambulance and fire? Does anybody report that if fire arrives first at an incident, that they're then stuck there longer than they would have been in the past because ambulance hasn't shown up? When you talk to your colleagues in the police, do they see that equally? Is police longer at an incident because ambulance doesn't show up? Is that an impact that we might potentially see and would have to somehow figure out funding there that we're not expecting?
Yes, certainly. Could we see events like that? In talking to some of the other municipalities that have, and I'll use the example of Airdrie. Airdrie divested out of EMS a number of years ago. Airdrie has spent the last number of years trying to get back into the service because they believe that in their experience, they were able to respond to those calls quicker and have better outcomes. So when we talk to our partners out there, different municipalities, there are examples of those long wait times and the additional resources from a medical first response perspective. When they go out to a call, there is a potential that they could have to wait longer for an ambulance to come in and continue that service.
Okay, thank you. Again, we don't know if it'll happen, but it might be something we'd have to plan for. With funding more for the fire department.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. I see no further. Okay, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
To Mr. Matthews, we saw in the presentation that we see the potential change, lost, shift of the tactical emergency team, as well as the hazmat service. Those are teams that support our Lethbridge Police Service. Have we projected what the costs might be for the city to fund those outside of this?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. No, we haven't looked at what that would look like on that side. We just know that would stop, and I'm not 100% sure how that would work. I think maybe Chief Adair might be able to give you, if there's even a possibility if that could be done in a different way.
Yeah, we have not looked at the costing of that because we don't believe it would be viable for those teams to continue should the integrated EMS service go away.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Matthews, I know a couple of weeks ago here we had the opportunity of sitting in with the minister and asked some of the questions that came from those other integrated service mayors that were there along with the CAOs and those that had questions. And I know it came up that there was, if we want to continue on, here's a direct award, you can continue on, and we're going to remove the millions that we're putting in and you can move forward. Or the second option is, and I just wanted to make sure that this was heard by all, that if the decision today is to not support what the province is offering, that it would go into a competitive process where we would again be able to put forward a request for, or put forward the proposal for, and respond to that in the future. That is what you heard as well?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So, yes, what we heard in that is that, and what's identified in the letter is that if we decline, you go through an RFP process, or EHS could go to direct service delivery. So, but yes, it doesn't preclude us from going to a competitive procurement process. That, in fact, is one of the pieces that I mentioned.
All right, thank you for that. I see no further questions in the queue, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Dodick to open debate. And the resolution is Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Update 5.5. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommends that City Council direct the City Manager to notify Emergency Health Services Alberta on May 31st, 2026 that the City of Lethbridge does not agree with in advance to cover any additional costs associated with a new EMS ground ambulance agreement while preserving the City's right to participate in further negotiations and or request for proposal process. And number two, the City of Lethbridge does not agree to extend the current contract beyond its current term end of September 30th, 2026. And further be resolved that the Community Issues Committee refer this matter to a special meeting of City Council to be established by the Mayor on May the 5th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. in the City Council chamber. So, Councillor Dodick to open debate.
Thank you. I'm probably going to be a little bit disjointed because I thought I knew what I was going to say, but it has changed a bit. At the beginning, I just want to again remind folks what the recommendation is. And it doesn't mean that at some point in time we won't be in the business of contracting for ambulance service. The slide I'm going to emphasize, if you could pull that one up, and it's the one that shows, it's number 23, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Westerson, if you could bring that up, that is slide 23.
Yeah. So I'm going to refer to this both at the beginning and both at the end. And what this shows, and what the City Treasurer has indicated, is that it is unsustainable for us to be providing an integrated service when the government is not even prepared to offer a contract that is equal to the contract that expires in September of this year. So, and that's what this graph shows, that dotted line will just keep going on. And again, I will allude to it at the end, is that if we don't make this decision today, which is being forced on us by the province, it is a decision that we will have to make in the not too distant future because we simply cannot sustain that, okay? So we're here today because the government of Alberta has told us that they are not prepared to renew their existing ambulance contract for the $14 million per year that they have been paying. But we're prepared to renew for about $11 million per year, which they considered represented 100% funding of ambulance services. So the $14 million that they were paying, according to them, was more than they should have been paying, and now they're saying we're only going to pay $11 million, and we have to make up the shortfall for the slide. And so any cost beyond that would be the responsibility of the municipal taxpayer, is their position. In a March 13 letter, the government wrote that the present agreement that provided the $14 million for ambulance services exceeded their benchmark and was not sustainable, and thus the reason for the proposed reduction. Well, you know, it sort of begs the question, if the 11 or the 14 million is not sustainable, then clearly, if you accept that premise or part of that premise, the 14 million plus that we'd have to put in to maintain an integrated system is not sustainable and proves exactly what that slide says. Now, the government said they needed a reply by March 31, which they extended to May 31. And the decision of the city or what we have to make is a decision to whether we're prepared to provide ambulance services and enter into a contract for the reduced amount and confirm that any cost greater would be city taxpayer responsibility. Okay, so that's what they require of us essentially by May 31, and that's why we're here today. Since this bombshell was dropped, administration and the mayor in person, on the phone, via emails, have been trying to see if there's any wiggle room, and there is not. The presentation you heard today was the culmination of extensive research and number crunching that was done to determine what the options look like. The recommendation made by the administration is based on facts and without a political lens being applied. The population of Alberta is 5 million, just over, and of these, approximately 10% from 7 communities were being served by an integrated fire EMS system. And at this point in time, one of those communities had a longer contract, that being Wood Buffalo. But so right now, 6 communities, including Lethbridge, are going through the same process and having to make the same hard decision. Don't know what they are exactly at this point in time. But basically, currently about 90% of the population receive emergency services by an ambulance with trained EMS personnel as the first responder. Now, the 10 speakers that spoke were very compelling. They were emotional and said that lives would be endangered if we were not to do this. But then I look at it and say, so based on what I heard from the 10 speakers, I am to conclude that 90% of Albertans are receiving substandard care, okay? And if that's the case, then they should be screaming to their MLAs and to the government saying, look, we're receiving substandard care. Fund us what you're supposed to do, which was 100% of the cost of the ambulance services. Okay, so now we're in a, they say $11 million is enough. We say it isn't. There's always risk, whether the system is integrated or not, and the health issues involved in large part dictate the level of the risk. Obviously, a heart attack is going to be more, potentially more adverse effect than a broken hip, as I suffered and required ambulance service to the hospital. I'm not a fan of many provincial policies have made that known very publicly, as for example, I spoke at length recently at a council meeting about the changes proposed to the ADAP transition and the problems with those changes. Just recently, I had a letter published in the Calgary Herald indicating my firm belief that the gerrymandering the province is trying to do is eroding our democracy. I spoke against the requirement for hand counting of election ballots and the fact that they cost our municipality alone an additional $300,000 and millions across the province. I railed against the provincial mandate of forcing the city to pay for police body cameras, despite the fact that it was the province mandating the requirement for such cameras in the first place, as well as many other downloading of services by the province onto municipalities or removing significant revenue sources like prohibiting photo radar in many locations. But in this case, although I understand their position, I don't agree with it. They have set a benchmark level of ambulance services they're prepared to fund, and if a municipality wants to provide different services, the increased costs will have to come from municipal taxpayers. Full stop. A while back, and not that long ago, the contract between the city and the province to provide ambulance services actually provided more dollars than was needed to fund the integrated service as it related to the provision of ambulance services. In other words, the city contribution to firefighter services plus the provincial ambulance contract was enough to fully fund, and more actually, the integrated service. However, sometime around 2013, something happened and this happy state of affairs ended such that in addition to the funding the province was providing through the ambulance contract, somewhere in the order of additional 3.5 million municipal taxpayer dollars was provided to fund the integrated services. So what happened was, and it's in one of the slides, is that we were getting 100% funding, then it was increased by $3.5 million, which is an ongoing expense, and is showed on the slide that's on the screen as the green line. So fast forward to now, and the provincial government just recently determined that the 14 million they were providing to Lethbridge was less than the actual cost of providing of ambulance services, was more than other communities were receiving, having regard to population. They determined that 11 million was the appropriate contract amount for Lethbridge to provide the same level of service that 90% of Albertans were receiving. And one of the slides notes that integrated services were 25 to 30% higher than non-integrated services. And it was also noted that 19 of 23 contracted providers operate below the EHS benchmark. So in other words, they're saying that we should be able to provide ambulance services for $11 million per year because 90% of Albertans are receiving that service with that amount of money for the same, ostensibly same level of services. We are being vigorously lobbied and are told or suggested that the only right thing to do is to make up the difference between the reduced contract offered by the province and the actual costs needed to fund the integrated services. The pressure on us here today is overwhelming. You know, when you hear from the folks who have been impacted by the adverse events that occurred, heart attacks and such, but that pressure on us is misplaced. Those who should have the pressure put on them, and we've alluded to this, as have some of the speakers, the pressure should be on the local UCP MLA. He's not feeling the pressure. The UCP cabinet isn't feeling the pressure, and certainly the Premier is not. So now we're in a position where we're talking about safety and it's an emotional issue, and then we have to switch to money. And so let's be honest, Lethbridge has some pretty high residential property taxes. A $400,000 home in Calgary, roughly the median price of a Lethbridge home, attracts significantly lower taxes than a similarly priced home in Lethbridge. In one of today's earlier presentation, they showed that the tax comparison for, or the increase in taxes for Calgary is supposed to be somewhere at 1.6%, and Lethbridge is 5.1%. And that's excluding the education portion that we'll have to pay, as well as the Green Acres Foundation requisition. And one reason for the higher taxes is that we keep building and operating facilities that require us to raise taxes, such as the exhibition, borrowing $50 million to do a full build-out on the West Side Leisure Center, funding and continuing to fund an airport that soon will have no passenger air service, enhancing transit operations to the point where we're collecting less than 80 cents on the dollar to operate, applying for grants that require a commitment of city dollars to qualify, and on and on. And the requests for funding keep on coming. Earlier this afternoon, we had some. And how do we as council justify tax increases? Well, in the big scheme of things, the tax increase for any additional initiative appeared to be rather minimal. You know, so one of the sides here, it's only $54 a year more, but it's actually more than that because that doesn't take into account the $3.5 million we already previously approved for the enhanced service. So, and it's only $54 a year more. Initiatives start adding up and compounding, and soon we're even a more highly taxed city. Like the frog that's put in water that is slowly heated to the point it dies, we continue to approve these incremental tax increases until they become unsustainable. A recent article in the Calgary Herald reported that the cost of food is shifting Canadian diets because of affordability issues. It said 34% of Canadians are dipping into savings or borrowing money to pay for food. So maybe only $54 more means something more to them than maybe it does to us. But I'm sure people will say, you can't apply this kind of reasoning to fire EMS. And my answer is, why not? Other cities can and do live within the means imposed upon them, that being what the province is providing for ambulance services. Remember, we're talking about 90% of Albertans, and it may be more depending on what the integrated communities do by way of response to the provincial ultimatum. We have an excellent police force, yet there's still plenty of crime, and the answer isn't to put a police officer on every corner because clearly that is not sustainable. And as I started at the beginning, I said the graphs presented point out that accepting the contract amount offered by the province for ambulance service demonstrates as time goes on, and as labor contracts undoubtedly are negotiated upwards or imposed on taxpayers by arbitration, there will be a point in time when we'll have no choice but to divest ourselves of the provision of ambulance services. When that time comes, it won't be, well, it's only $54 a year more for this service. It will be much, much more. That much, much more being we have to get out of the business. And we will have to turn over the ambulance keys over to the province. And it will be our decision, not a decision like today that I'm asking for support, which is a decision the province is forcing on us. I do support fire EMS and the work they do. But this is But I have a duty to all taxpayers, and in my opinion, the best interest of taxpayers as a whole is to support this resolution. I reiterate that I don't agree with the province's stance, but their position may well change if the recommendation sought in the motion is approved by council, which would then force them to start the process of transitioning to the government being responsible for 100% of the cost of the provision of ambulance services, while at the same time not precluding us as a municipality or others from Lethbridge to be bidding on an RFP process to provide those services. Don't forget, it's the province that has put us in this position where they have mandated what the cost of providing ambulance services should be for Lethbridge. The province could change this conversation with a stroke of a pen. And as one of the speakers said, essentially, the money we were talking about is a rounding error for them, particularly having regard to the recent increase in oil royalties they're receiving and will be receiving for some time. But if this resolution fails, that ship has sailed, and there will be no reason for the province to reconsider the decision, because then we own it, and that ownership may be only for a limited time. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Crosland.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you all for coming today and speaking your what you needed to say today. Thank you, Mr. Brierley, Mr. Matthews, and all your teams for everything. I believe in your work. I believe in what you brought forward. But this is unsustainable only based on the numbers, the unverified numbers that we've received from the province. And somehow the integrated service is working in Wood Buffalo. So they must have this magical little part there that this model works in. And all of this then requires me to trust the province and their numbers. And perhaps if they ran their numbers through a tabulator, I'd have more faith in it. But I don't, so I'll be voting against this.
I see no further. Oh, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you again to everyone for coming today, and thank you to the staff for all the hard work on this. Certainly appreciate it. My first responsibility is to the people who call 911 in the worst moments of their lives. I was one of those people, so yeah, I might be a little bit biased on this. This vote is not just about a contract, it's about service levels, accountability, and whether residents will receive equal or better emergency care under any new model. A growing regional hub, which we are, needs dependable emergency response. Emergency response is part of community reliability. Employers, investors, families, institutions, seniors housing operators, industrial businesses, and major facilities all rely on emergency service certainty. This is part of our economic strategy. This is also about trust. Residents need to know that when governments change systems, somebody is watching the service outcomes. Lethbridge residents deserve clarity, not assumptions. They deserve to know what will change, what will be protected, and who will be accountable for it. Section 153A of the MGA states that we need to consider the welfare and interests of a municipality as a whole and bring to Council's attention anything that would promote the welfare or interests of the municipality. Maintaining this service does that. This is part of developing a safe and viable community and is a value versus cost proposition. Sometimes cost is about more than dollars and cents. It's about the value of a service, and we heard earlier today that residents rate fire and emergency services and value these services because they rank them the highest. Under Council's strategic plan, we have committed to being a safe and healthy city that prioritizes the well-being of all residents. For me, that means we cannot accept uncertainty around emergency response, advanced life support, ambulance availability, or life-saving early intervention. Lethbridge currently benefits from an integrated fire EMS model that provides life-saving advantages, including that advanced life support, coordinated emergency operations, strong local deployment awareness, reliable staffing, and specialized medical supports for complex incidents. We have been recognized worldwide for our service. Our Lethbridge Police Service are supported by a tactical emergency medical service team, and under our current system, we have advanced medical support integrated into hazardous materials response. And now we could potentially lose that. In the past, when contract renewals would come forward, the province would reach out to us and would work with us as a partner in this. That's not the case today. If the province intends to move forward with a different service, then the province must provide clear assurance that residents will not receive a lower standard of service. That assurance should include timely advanced life support response, local ambulance availability, staffing reliability, coordinated emergency response, cardiac arrest response capacity, specialized support for tactical and hazardous material incidents, and emergency care for residents in any condition under any circumstance. I also believe the province must address issues with interfacility transfers. Local ambulance availability should not be weakened because ambulances are tied up moving patients between facilities. If this model changes, the province needs to reduce those transfer-related pressures so ambulances remain available for local emergencies. My focus will remain on the outcome for residents. My concern is not simply who provides the service. My concern is whether the service will continue to protect lives at the level Lethbridge residents receive today. That means preserving the life-saving measures Lethbridge residents currently rely on and value, reducing the interfacility transfer burden, and providing a clear plan that demonstrates equal or better emergency response for our community. Thank you to our EMS and fire service. Thank you for your service to our city. I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Councillor Bieber.
And I want to thank all the presenters here. You made some really compelling arguments, and I appreciate the work done by administration. We are in a no-win situation here because of the provincial government. If we don't support EMS, we are going to be perceived as having the blood of residents on our hands. We're going to be put into a massive guilt trip. But then if we use taxpayer dollars to support this, we are going to be putting a bigger burden on people who are already telling us they are financially strapped. It's a difficult situation. So all I'm going to say to people today is remember that the next provincial election is on October 18th, 2027, and make your vote count.
Thank you. Like everybody here at the table, obviously we anticipated emotion and well thought out presentations and important points of view. In my work, I help people with their finances, with their homes, with mortgages. And in the last very short while, I've had senior citizens in my office taking out 30-year mortgages because they can't afford to live. They can't afford their taxes. They can't afford to help their children. They can't afford the pressures that they are facing from $1.85 a liter gas, food prices that are out of control, and taxes. They're angry about the tax burden that they feel. And I can't marginalize or take for naught their concerns that as a 68-year-old woman, you're taking out a mortgage just to try to make it for the next 20 years. And she's not by herself. I have done many of these transactions in the last year. MNP last year disclosed that nearly half of Albertans are $200 or less away from financial insolvency each month, more than any other province, amid ongoing economic uncertainty. So bear in mind, this is before $1.85 gas. This is before a war in Iran. This is before the worst of the worst, which we're living through today. So they go on to say, those making cautious choices are putting off major decisions may still find themselves struggling to get by in this unpredictable financial climate, despite 2 interest rate pauses. Albertans are the most likely among the provinces to say they're tightening their spending, yet those efforts may not be enough for many vulnerable households. We've been told recently that the food banks are onboarding more working poor. And so this makes the decision heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And the feelings of disappointment towards the provincial government are real. And the feeling of being put in a possible position is real. And I know for lots of you, it'll feel trite. It will feel cliche. It will feel that some bureaucrats are just, you know what, shoving you up to the wayside. And so as much as you folks feel your emotions and the reality of your situation, I hope you will be able to feel the reality of our situation, and in particular my situation. I feel that I do have a real valid lens when I talk about the choices that people have to make in this community within the economics that they are facing today. And so with a very, very with a feeling of disappointment within our provincial government, today I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of the emotions have already been brought forward, and again, very emotional day today, listening to all of our speakers. I totally believe in the integrated system. It's amazing. It's world-class. It's perhaps the best in the world, but I'm struck by Mr. Nunweiler saying there has to be a third option. Is there another option than the ones that are here? And to me, my decision is based on this is our opportunity to get the third option. And by not agreeing to what they're putting before us, because I think it's ridiculous, this is a chance for us to perhaps get that third and viable option, because I do see the viability and the sustainability of what they want us to do here in the city is not sustainable. Much to my colleague Mr. Dodick has said, this is a impossible situation, and he said it more eloquently than me. But I will support this resolution because I think it has to be the step to take to get what we really want. Thank you.
Thank you. First, thank you to every single one of you that are here today, and those that I know there was a lot more that came in here earlier, and those that have reached out to us by email, phone, or standing in the aisle, I know at Safeway. And I appreciate the work you do, and I want to make sure that I let you all know, and if you don't believe this, I want you to make sure that you do, that I do support fire, EMS, police, our emergency services, always have, always will. I support the integrated model, and much like my comments that have been expressed thus far, I understand where everyone is at. I understand the stories. I've heard them, and I've heard more than what have been shared with us today on some of these life-saving measures that have done by our incredible team of emergency first responders. I too as well have my own story, and similar to those that have been shared thus far, I don't share it. And I probably don't share it because I get way too emotional when I do. But I will say this, we are in an extremely, extremely tough situation here. We're put around this horseshoe to make decisions each and every day that are not easy. I'll say this, in my 13 years of being on council, or 12 and a half years, this is probably the toughest. However, it's a decision that's not supposed to be our decision. And I'm sure we all know this. I've been in direct contact on countless occasions with my other colleagues on throughout the I-6 that are dealing with the same thing and are going to be making these decisions over the next couple of weeks. There's, again, can't emphasize enough, this is not our decision, but it's here right now. But as Councillor Campbell said, I do believe too there's a third option, but I don't believe we'll have that option if we vote no to the resolution that's before us. I sit here and I've heard from my colleagues that we need to be experts at listening to the experts. I don't know all the information about fire and EMS services, but I know that we have a lot of administration that do. And I've heard time and time again, why are you listening to your administration? That's our role. It's tough to know everything about the community. I know many that reach out to me will ask me questions of which I just don't know the answer to, so I go to the experts. We can challenge the experts, and we do on a regular basis. There's questions that we ask when we're told, tell me why you believe this way. And we'll continue to do that. One thing I heard as we were in a meeting that with the level of service that the province is currently offering, meaning not the integrated service, but the other is still, and this is what I heard, and I need to believe it until I confirm it, but I will share this, that it is still the best service in Canada. I have relatives, a lot of them that are living in Calgary, never heard of concerns. Not saying that there are not concerns, because there are everywhere. However, I go back to the fact that we are elected here to do many different things, and one of them is to be fiscally conservative. Ask the questions, make sure that we are prudent with the taxpayers' dollars, and if there's something that I hear most of all throughout the community is my taxes are too high. And when you ask why are they too high? Well, I don't know why they are. If you ask folks, like, what would you want to go without? Because it's a level of service that would need to change if that's the case. I can go on, but I will say that, and I want to be perfectly clear that I do support our emergency services. And there's decisions that are made, and the decision today is a recommendation to a council meeting, which special meeting that is set for May the 5th. And the recommendation currently is to refer this matter to that meeting. It's my hope we have a third option to this, because the first two suck, literally. And so it's my hope that we have a third option at this time, and we'll continue to do the advocacy work that we need to do to make sure that our community is safe and is served well by the emergency services that we do have. And so at this time, I will support the motion in front of us. And with that, Councillor Doria.
I'm very thankful for the work of the administration, providing us all the information, and I think they did their best. I'm also very thankful for the opportunity that I heard all the experiences, all the services that the EMS are providing to the city. And always, as always, if I have to decide between fiscal responsibility and community responsibility, people will be the first for me to be considered. community for me is to be the first to be considered. And safety is always the first priority in all matters of decision-making. Safety for people, for the community is my first priority. I really struggle to understand if the motion has the option that there will be an opportunity for the city to have a conversation, but what if that third option, or what if that clause will not be considered? So for me, in this very, very crucial decision that I have to make, I will not support the motion.
Thank you. I have no other speakers in the queue, so I'll set it back to Councillor Dodick.
I take no satisfaction in sponsoring this resolution. As I alluded to in my opening comments, I was transported by ambulance from my home to the hospital when I sustained a very bizarre hip fracture. Also, 4 years ago, I suffered a heart attack. I didn't require ambulance service to get to the hospital, but once I was there, I did get transported to Lethbridge Foothills, and luckily I didn't require open heart surgery and I had a stent. So, like I said, I take no satisfaction in this resolution. I volunteered to do it because I suspect I have a thicker skin. Despite the comments made regarding what the province should and shouldn't do and what they should have done in terms of providing information and everything else, the reality is that, as is often said, we are a child of the province. The province dictates, and we have to accept the decisions, those decisions. And they don't have to tell us anything. They don't have to provide any rationale. And that's what they did in this case, as far as I'm concerned. A vote for this resolution is not a vote against fire EMS services, which obviously we all support. The resolution is a message to the province, essentially to get real. And if it's not supported, then the province essentially wins. And eventually we'll have to turn over the keys in any event based on the slides. I would ask for council support, and I would call the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Oh, sorry, we do it by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Bieber.
With great reluctance and only because I'm hopeful we come up with the third option, I will support this motion.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Councillor Doria.
Not in favor.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Carries 5-4.
All right, to my colleagues, we do have a list of items still to get through, and I want to ask Madam City Clerk, and if there's any input from our administration, is there a urgency, or can these particular items be put to a future meeting?
So there's a couple options. We can do them as unfinished business and postpone them to May 19th if we don't feel like carrying on. There is 5 submissions and then 2 closed reports. I don't believe, and administration may want to speak up, if there's any urgency that they be done today.
And I'll look to my colleagues, before we do that, is everyone fine of staying here and finishing them up? Just one question. Go ahead, Councillor Crowson.
Senator, we sure don't need 6.4 anytime soon as of what has happened in Calgary recently?
That might be more your decision, but no, not the Calgary one, yeah.
Then I'm fine with delaying.
So to my colleagues, continue? Okay.
I don't care. Nicole, Carly, good?
Nothing priority? All right, now there's a second option, and I'm sure, Madam City Clerk, we could put these to the special meeting, but is it to put it to a future meeting or put it till the 5th? Do it all on the 5th? Yeah, but we would have to make sure that those motions are included in the special meeting when we put that out.
We can do that.
All right.
If you're putting on the 5th, that's a special council meeting.
It is.
That is making the assumption nobody in the public wants to speak to any of these, and I don't think they would. So we just have to be aware that moving them from a CIC to a council meeting means the public can't speak. That's true.
Okay, so let's put it to a future CIC, if that's fine with my colleagues. All right. And so, but there is, so the special meeting is to deal exactly with what we have today. All right. So,
It's up on the screen. It's right there.
so I have a motion from Councillor Bieber. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee postpone the following items of unfinished business to the May 19th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting. That is 6 submissions, Make Your Mark, one-time grant funding, opportunity final report, encampment strategy update, policy CC 74 amendment, business development expansion retention program, CC 79, hiring of the chief administrative officer, CAO, and Excite Lethbridge monthly financial update, and also confidential reports, government relations and advocacy update, and advocacy plans update. Councillor Bieber.
Unless there's any questions or debate, I'll just call the vote.
Councillor Dodick? Oh, you were flashing there. No? All right. All right. The question's been called. All in favor? All right, and that passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.